Sorry, it took me a bit. I really had to get everything set up, and then I got hungry, so I ate. So I might be a couple minutes late. The silence is so loud. I like to think of it as an intimidation tactic. Just want everyone to know we're on board with the whole castle thing, you know? How do I start to stream every time you have a particularly hard day? What I do, right, is I pick the one day that I think everyone finds shit, which is Tuesday. And then I only stream on that day. Well, I guess I streamed on Monday this week as well. So maybe I picked the 2 worst days. I've got it down to a math, you know. Anyway. We're gonna read today. And it's gonna be only reading. It should be fun. Hopefully. And I've set it up so now I can read chat while I record. So this could be either super distracting or very useful, and we'll find out. Why are legs so hard to draw? Why is every part of the human body so ridiculously hard to draw? That's the real question. It's ridiculous. You would think it'd be pretty easy, but it's not. It's never easy. I don't know, it makes me feel like an idiot when I have to do it. So I can't help you there. Jaden really answered the question with arson, and I have a lot of questions. The main one being, what does that mean? Alright. I've messed up the hotkeys, but I will fix that later, because I want to read right now. So today we're going to be doing Piper first. We're going to do chapter 11 to, I believe, chapter 14. So we're just going to really go through a whole lot of chapters. Am I very quiet? That's strange. I shouldn't be very quiet. How about that? That might fix the problem. It's strange. I never changed my settings on here, and yet somehow I end up quieter anyway. Oh well. Hopefully that fixed the problem. Anyway, the plan is we read chapter 11 to chapter 14 of Pied Piper, and then if we get to it, we've got 2 other one-shot fics I want to get through. My plan is to really fast forward on the upload schedule for Pied Piper, just by a couple of weeks or so. See how far we can get. I literally don't have anything else to do today other than read and eat, so we have some time. And it might end up being an 8-hour one, it might end up being a 4-hour one. We'll see how it goes. At the very least, I've slept enough to be alright. So, hopefully that fixes our problems. Sorry, just give me a second. There we go. Alright. I guess we'll just jump straight into it. Pied Piper. What a great start. Pied Piper by Black Hole CA. Read. Interesting. Hold on, give me a second, guys. I have to get into the zone. Okay. Pied Piper. Pied Piper by Black Hole CA. Chapter 11. I should probably say I'm reading it, shouldn't I? Read by Mika. Chapter 11. Saturn. Giran counts through the money that Piper hands him, sly grin growing. Have you ever heard of the 8 precepts? The vigilante raises a brow, interest piqued. As in Buddhism? Not even close. Giran catches his gaze over the tops of his glasses, smile melting. The 8 precepts of death. They're Yakuza organization. Their boss fell ill, so they've come under new management recently. A guy named Chisaki Kai. Goes by Overhaul now. He and some of his higher-ups are all running around wearing bird masks. They've been flooding the black market with some new money, buying up a bunch of medical equipment. For their boss? Midoriya questions. Hands clasped together as he leans forward. Giran shakes his head. I doubt it. They came to me 2 weeks ago looking to buy a centrifuge. I couldn't get them one fast enough, so they went somewhere else. I'm not sure if they're the ones who took your guy, but they'd be one of my top suspects. A frown twitches at the boy's lips. Just one of your suspects. That means you have more than just them. The man's gaze turns serious. There are lots of dangerous people in this city, kid. Giran's lens flash in the overhead lighting of his office. People I wouldn't dare cross. People you couldn't even hand a... People you couldn't even hold a candle to. Pink eyes bore into pied ones. Don't go throwing yourself in deep waters when you don't even know how to swim yet. You're just a grain of sand in a sea of do-gooders. Try not to drown with the rest of them. Oh, thank you, Mineral. Sorry, I always forget, don't I? Hold on. There we go. Shit, it's really hard to... There we go. Okay, let's keep going. A few days later, Giran's words come back to him, ringing like a caustic note, like the voice in his head. Ringing a caustic note, like the voice in his head. People I couldn't hold a candle to. Huh. The vigilante breathes, blocking a particularly vicious blow from the villain he's facing. The man lets out a low growl. You ignoring me, asshole? I wonder who he thinks he... I wonder who he thinks could, then, Midoriya murmurs, slamming the end of his staff into the man's diaphragm. The guy stumbles back, struggling for breath. He trips over his own feet, wiping out on his ass. The man's quirk allows him to harden his heart. The man's quirk allows him to harden his hands. The man's quirk allows him to harden his hands and arms, but as long as Piper keeps out of his range at all, he's... As long as Piper keeps out of range of all his hits, his quirk is nearly ineffective. The villain makes to push himself up, but the vigilante gently presses the pipe against his throat, keeping him in place. Say. Oh, I hate that. Say, Midori says, directly addressing the man this time. Do you know anything about a Yakuza group called the Eight... Fuck. Do you know anything about a Yakuza group called the Eight Precepts of Death? He gulps. What the fuck are you going on about? Izuku sighs. So, you don't know either, huh? The vigilante stares him down, a half-glazed look in his eye. That's unfortunate. After he calls the police, he flees to the rooftops to watch the man from a distance, as several cruisers pull to a stop in front of the tied-up criminal. From this far away, he can't make out any of their faces, but he recognizes Detective Sakauchi's distinctive form. After learning of their connection, Midoriya would never be able to unsee the similarities of Deo and the detective's figures. He's in a plain button-up, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and the same navy tie he always wears, wrapped around his collar. Is that the only one he owns? Midoriya murmurs, using his hands as mock binoculars. On the ground, Namaso turns his gaze upwards, scanning the tops of nearby buildings. He squints into the early morning sun, hand raised to his brow in an attempt to block He squints into the early morning sun, hand raised to his brow in an attempt to block some of it. It's not even 11 yet. Nope. It's not even 11 yet. The man mumbles. How is he not exhausted? He never sleeps, and that means neither do I. The vigilante ducks away from the edge of the roof, quickly changing out of his gear and into something he can wear at the dojo, as the police get to work now. As the police get to work below, he stows his pipe and backpack on the roof of an abandoned building several blocks over, just a few rooftops away from the dojo. Izuku rips the mask off his face, shoving it in his pocket before he pushes through the dojo's front doors. Jiru waits for him inside. Less strong Kirishima? That's pretty good. I'd probably call them that as well. Waits for him inside. Hold on. There's a whole bunch of people driving by my window. Just gonna wait till they stop being loud. Ow. Hold on. Just adjusting everything. If you're gonna record for 6 hours, you might as well be comfortable while you do it. Alright, I'm inside. Midoriya, you're late. The boy slips off his shoes at the door. Only by a minute. Late, Midoriya. Jibu repeats. He grins sheepishly at the He grins sheepishly at the woman. Traffic was bad? You walk here. The boy opens his mouth to respond again, but Chi-sensei cuts him off. Go warm up. You're facing Gamon today, so grab a staff once you're done and meet him on the second mat. Midoriya lets out a sigh as he makes his way towards other students already mid-warm-up. Hi. He takes up a spot next to his sparring partner for the day. Morning. The older boy gives him a The older boy gives him a shy smile. Late again, Midoriya. That makes 4 times this month, you know. Izuku returns the smile with a cheeky one of his own. At least I haven't missed any days. What was it that had you missing a whole week again? The boy lets out a quiet laugh. Well, I wasn't going to miss out on a trip to America. Gamon Hazuki was a year older than Midoriya, though Chi-sensei hadn't started maybe just start from the start of that sentence. I like the twins better. Mineral. I guess it could be Ron, though. I mean, I don't hate any of them that much. Gamon Hazuki was a year older than Midoriya, though Chi-sensei hadn't started teaching him how to use a bow staff until a year after Midoriya. I'll redo that again. Gamon Hazuki was a year older than Midoriya, though Chi-sensei hadn't started teaching him how to use a bow staff until a year after Midoriya. But the boy had taken to it easier than he had on their regular Muay Thai lessons. He was shorter than anyone else their age range, even shorter than Midoriya himself. But he wasn't one to be underestimated in the slightest. The green-haired boy had gotten much better at fighting since he'd started his vigilante work. But even still, shit. But even still, he wasn't a match for the older boy when Gamon had a bow staff in hand. Jibu waves at the two of... I keep not reading the sentence, I feel. Jibu waves at the two to begin sparring, and Gamon immediately takes the offensive, Izuku forced to defend against his never-ending onslaught of bows. Midoriya's heart rate rises, adrenaline pulsing. Hazuki's staff slaps painfully against the 15-year-old's exposed parts, the hits sure to leave blooming blue and red. The hits sure to leave blooming blue and purple bruises in their wake. He blocks a blow coming for his left side, and another looking to slam into the back of his knees as Gamon spins, attempting to get behind the younger boy. There's a whirlwind taking over the 15-year-old's head, roaring with ways to counter Hazuki's moves. He's desperate not to let the boy land another hit, vigilante mindset swirling, the storm in his head rising to a crescendo. Gamon's brows are furrowed in concentration, studying the boy's every move and taking every opportunity he sees to land a hit on him. Jiwoo watches the two from a distance. Midoriya's fighting style had changed over the last few months, and the woman wasn't sure if it was an improvement or not. Professional dojos like hers... Hold on. Ow. Sorry, I got something in my eye. I sort of need it. The eye, I mean. Professional dojos like her own didn't allow what most referred to as killing blows. They were considered unsportsmanlike and strictly prohibited because of how dangerous they could be. Because of that, many of our students fell out of the habit of protecting against such blows, since there simply wasn't a reason for them to. But Midoriya's style had changed in a way that he had begun protecting against such blows, as if he expected his opponents to resort to such methods whenever the opportunity arose for it. Even now, she can see how viciously the boy guards his head and other vital organs, as if he's fighting not just for a sparring session, but for his life. Desperation swells through him. None of Hisaki's blows are particularly damaging, but Gamon is wearing him down with smaller blows, the injuries racking up like points in a video game, despite keeping himself guarded. Midoriya feels his Muay Thai form slip, street fighting rising to fill in the gaps. Don't get hit. I need to do this in a... Hold on. Okay, holy shit. There's quite a lot of distortion coming up. Alright, let's do this. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Sorry, there'll be breaks right now because I'm applying effects as I go. I need to do this part louder, maybe. Oh, morning, Pillow. Oh, I guess afternoon for you, I think. Or night, maybe? I think it's night. I don't remember. Okay, I'm gonna redo this part. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. See if I... Don't get hit. Yeah. Midoriya blocks a blow coming in from his right, and staves out a wooden clack. Okay, interesting. In from his right. And the stave sends out a wooden clack that sounds distinctly metallic in his head. His grip shifts downwards, turning into a more baseball-like baseball bat. His grip shifts downwards. Turning into a more baseball bat-like position. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Midoriya's gaze drifts upwards, spying an opening. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. I don't know if I like that one. Yeah. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. He takes aim and swings for the head. Midoriya's out for murder, guys. I think he's about to kill someone. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. I don't know how that will sound with the distortion. Let me just check that. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. No, I hate that. It sounds like I'm a soulless robot, which is very typical for me, but... Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Try that. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Better. I don't know if I'm happy with it, but it'll do. He watches Gamon's eyes widen, and his own widen with it. But it's too late to pull out of the action. Midoriya only has time to scream. Volume warning for anyone listening. Seriously, volume warning. Get down! Get down! Gamon does. The pipe staff sailing over the older boy's head in a smooth arc. Izuku stumbles back, dropping the staff. Are you okay? Chi-sensei's voice roars over the blood in his ears. Midoriya! What the hell was that? Hisaki stares up at him, wide-eyed. Sorry. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. Izuku's hands shake. I almost hurt him. It's fine, Midoriya, the boy says, standing up on shaky knees. I'm alright. I could have killed you. No, I hate that. I could have killed you. Come on. The black-eyed woman pauses at the older boy's side. Are you alright? Hate that. Yeah, sorry, I did a volume warning, but it doesn't really work if you walk in middle of the line, I guess. Are you alright? He nods, wiping his hands on his shorts. Yeah, I'm fine. After she's checked that all... mixing up my words again. After she's checked that her other student is okay, the woman rounds on Midoriya, fiery tar boiling in her pitch eyes. She takes him... No. She grabs him by the arm, dragging him towards her small office. It's a dingy room, dimly lit and poorly furnished. She rounds on him once the door is closed behind him. Why? Is the only word that comes out of her mouth. Why? Let me do that. His voice shakes. I don't know. Her freckles burn neon. That's something you should know better than to even try, Midoriya. So I want to know why. His fists clench, angry at himself for letting something like that even pass through his mind. The whole point of him becoming a vigilante was so that he could protect people. The whole point of him becoming a Oh, hello Sherlock's homie. I love Sherlock Holmes. That's a very, very good username. I approve. I really love this fic. I got to think. The 60s chapter wise and lost track. Yeah, that's my issue with long fics as well. I tend to get very distracted easily. I'm glad you're enjoying the podfic though. Man, I got enough sleep and yet I'm still tired. I think reading this makes me tired. Pass through his mind. The whole point of him becoming a vigilante was so he could protect innocent people. I don't have an excuse. The boy whispers. I don't want an excuse, Midoriya. Jiwoo snaps. I want an explanation. Where did you even think to use the staff like that? The boy falters. I got caught up in the fight and I was looking for an opening to end it and I saw one and took it. You got lucky this time. I think I need to do these lines louder just because the distortion actually does reduce the volume. So as much as I like that delivery, I do need to do it a little bit louder. You got lucky this time. Maybe? I want it to be meaner. Is that bad? You got lucky this time. I think that should do it. I haven't found a good Harry Potter fic. What sort of fic are you looking for? Maybe I can help you out, Yuri. In his head, the maw opens, words slithering through his mind like vipers. They bite at every part of his exposed flesh. Exposed. They bite at every part. They bite at every part of his exposed flesh, pumping poison into his veins. And for once, he lets them. Lets the poison in. Lets the self-hatred surge through him like a flood. His pace slows on the racetrack of his life, watching as several blurred figures pass by him, tears on their lips. He wasn't even trying to kill you. The voice hisses, fang teeth pulling into a Cheshire grin. I wonder what you'll do once someone is actually trying to. Kill them before they can kill you? Okay. It's a city his smile sharpens, stretching into something far more sadistic. I wonder how you'll handle... Hold on. I wonder how you'll handle becoming a murderer. No, I really need to I wonder how you'll handle becoming a murderer. Midoriya's inner voice is very antagonistic. Jaden, my dude, what are you on today? Or ever, actually, now that I think about it. Hold on, give me a second, Yuri. I have a couple good fix bookmarks. Including ones aren't one-shots? Okay. Let's see what I have. Quick break. I'm gonna find someone a fanfic they might like. Sorry, I'm logging into my personal account, so I can't put it on the screen. Alright, I'll give you some options. I don't know if anyone saw this. I think I recommended it on the Discord server, but this one's pretty good. It's a Drarry fic, and it's called Recursion. It's got 24 chapters, 132,000 words, and I'll read the synopsis for you as well. Recursion by Tessa Crowley. A process is recursive when it defines or contains itself, e.g., the Fibonacci sequence, which determines the next number as the sum of the previous two. But not all recursive processes are mathematical. Recursion can happen in a temporal context, when, for instance, the powerful magical force that is true love drags you back in time so it can create itself, endangering the fate of the mystical world. Endangering the fate of the wizarding world, not to mention the very fabric of space and time along the way. I do have a Discord, yeah. I'll put the invite in chat if you'd like. I really enjoyed this fic recently. It's a Draco-centric Drarry fic, and it's really good. It's got time travel in it, but it's very well explained and also very well explored, and I really liked it. I'm trying to think of something else I really liked recently. Oh, this one's a good Drarry one as well. It's called For This by SaranWrap0201. I'll read the synopsis again. Sirius avoids Azkaban and raises Harry. During first year, Harry befriends a clumsily kind Draco and brings him home over the summer holidays. Sirius becomes determined to make Draco comfortable in his home. In the summer before 5th year, Draco's entire world shifts, and he holds tight to the best thing in his life, Harry. Hey Tora. Hey Ace. Both of you joined at the same time. Would one of you mind doing me a crazy favor and just putting the invite to the Discord channel in chat? Sherlock Holmes is asking for it. Well, Sherlock's homie, really. Only 30 minutes instead of 60? You did pretty good. You came 40 minutes, actually. But hey, who's counting? I'll put the link to these two fics in the chat for you as well. Because I really enjoyed both of these, so I think you guys will as well. That's Recursion now. And I'll put in, For This as well. Both of those are very good. For This is a one-shot, and it's only got 6,000 words, but it is very good. Yeah, Ace has put the Discord invitation in chat for you, and I've put those two fics that I just described for you as well. There you go. Hopefully one of those helps you out. If not, feel free to bug me. I know way too much about fanfiction. God knows I should use my knowledge for something. Anyway, let's go back to reading. He grinds his teeth, looking down in shame. On the racetrack, he slows to a stop. Midoriya, look at me. Chi-sensei's voice is still just as hard, but there's a warmth to it that there wasn't before. Mistakes happen. You're not the first to get too caught up in a fight, but this is a type of mistake that you can't afford to make twice. Gamon is fine this time. She takes a deep breath, freckles dimming. Izuku whispers, biting his lip. He almost wasn't. Jiwa's brows unfurl. Go home, Midoriya. Take the rest of the week off. Gather yourself. I'll see you on Monday, okay? He nods reluctantly. I'm sorry. I know. End scene. Where are we up to? Still on the first chapter. I don't know why I bother asking. I've got quite a bit to do. Quite a bit to do today. Let's see. Jaden said, opinion on Peter Pettigrew. He's okay during Hogwarts years, but otherwise no. Yeah, I like him in Hogwarts. I mean, okay, here's my thing, right? I've got beef with the character of Peter Pettigrew. Because in the books, he's very much described as like the traitor, and there's not much mention of him being anything but a bad person at the end of high school. Oh, I mean, Hogwarts technically counts as high school in my brain, but you know what I mean. At the end of his school, he's not really described as being anything but like a bad person. And yet, throughout the entire book series, the Marauders is described as this like tight group of friends. And I can't, it's very hard to visualize basically what the fanon has described him as in the Marauders era, and then translate it into what he becomes as an adult. It's just very hard to believe. So when I say opinions on Peter Pettigrew, it depends which version of him you're talking about, I guess. Obviously, I don't ascribe to J.K. Rowling's canon of bullshit, so I find it very hard to give my opinion just on, I guess, the Peter Pettigrew in the books. Although I guess I find him a very unbelievable character, because his motivations are sort of vague. Although in fanon, I guess he plays a very fun role as sort of like the straight man of the Marauders, which is it makes for good comedy. He's very much, I wouldn't say he's left out, but he's very much the straight-laced one of the Marauders. Even when he gets up to mischief, he very much seems like the voice of reason. I know a lot of people ascribe that to Remus instead, but I don't think that's fair. To be honest, Remus is sort of fucked in the head as well. Peter very much seems like the most normal one, I guess. So my opinion on is, he's very good for Marauders dynamics in the fanon, and I do think he's a very interesting character in the fanon. However, I think J.K. Rowling handled him very poorly, and I find him very hard to understand in the books. Sherlock's, I still got so much hate. I got so much hate for still liking Harry Potter. I mean, look, it's hard to... The thing with Harry Potter is when you grow up with something that becomes such an integral part of your life, it's very hard to let it go. And when something like Harry Potter becomes like as famous as Harry Potter becomes, it very much feels hard. It feels very hard to just boil the entire series down to J.K. Rowling. Although, obviously, there are ways to read the entire series as such, but obviously, it means you have to sort of disregard your own experience with the novel. And, I mean, every book has its own sort of meaning to a person, and some people might find that hard to give up, especially when it becomes such a big part of people's lives, I guess. For me, I don't want to give Harry Potter up, obviously, if you've seen my YouTube channel. But I find, like, the way that I sort of handle the concept of loving a series written by someone who definitely hates me is sort of just by living to spite her. It's why I specifically choose fics that I think she wouldn't like. And I choose to create a community based around the love of her novel that supports the people that she doesn't exactly enjoy reading her novels. I don't know. I'm motivated entirely by spite in my life, so there's a lot of fun in being a trans reader and reading fics about trans and gay characters just to fucking piss her off. And I will continue to do so, because Harry Potter's not going away. And if I'm gonna let the entire of that book series fandoms being run, if I'm gonna let the entire of that book series fandom be run by a bunch of fucking TERFs, then I mean, clearly I didn't love the series enough, did I? I don't know. It's a complicated relationship. Real, I now headcanon Harry as trans despite her, and that you should. Absolutely. I support you in that every step of the way. My favorite thing ever is just doing what I like with a book. A book is meant to be read and visualized by the reader. And one of J.K. Rowling's fatal flaws, other than being a massive fucking asshole, is that she decides she can dictate everything about her book's universe. And there's nothing that gives me more satisfaction than knowing that she doesn't have that power, and I shall forever see the Potters as Indian, and she can't do shit about it. Yuri, what's your opinion on female Harry and Draco? I mean, here's my thing, right? I don't read it, because for me, a lot of fanfiction is a form of escapism. I like to pretend I live in a world where I can be whoever I want to be without fear of being attacked, which means I tend to gravitate towards stories about trans and gay characters. However, I can see why people would like it. And there's nothing inherently wrong with it. It just has a sort of implication about the concept of a gay romance existing in the Harry Potter universe that makes me sort of uncomfy. Ace, I think we'd go with he's been closeted. Sure, the Dursleys are sort of shit, but are they homophobic? I imagine they are. Imagine being worse than the Dursleys. I don't think J.K. Rowling has to imagine. Alright, let's keep reading. You guys keep distracting me. Fuck. I could talk about fandom all day. Okay. Noel Massa resists the urge to run a hand through his hair as he pulls to a stop next to a familiar dojo. He hadn't been planning on stopping by today, but Piper had pulled him into the area, and he didn't see a point in not getting it out of the way. Zukelchi peers into the front windows. This is where Nail's friend goes, isn't it? The detective glances down at the list in the seat next to him, reading all the names they have left to check off. Noel Massa pinches at the bridge of his nose. I hoped Eraserhead could give us... Nope. I hoped Eraserhead could have given us better info. Piper saying that he could have been one of his students doesn't necessarily imply that he applied for UA, just that it's somewhere he'd want to go if given the chance. The man leans his head against his steering wheel. But what aspiring hero wouldn't go to UA if given the chance? In theory, it's good info, the man mumbles, but it doesn't necessarily get us anywhere. A sigh escapes his mouth as he pushes himself back up and pulls himself out of his patrol car. He makes his way to the front door, pushing it open. Jiru spies him from the corner of her eyes, turning towards him. Detective Sakauchi. Chi-sensei. Oh, Chi-san, not sensei. Chi-san. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. It's nice to see you again. Namasa greets the woman. I was hoping I could talk to 2 of your students. Oh, my mum just woke up. Hold on. She's gonna tear the place apart. I'm joking, she's just putting up the blinds and it's quite loud. Ace, no, but for real. Fanfiction satisfies my escapist tendencies and my intense for deep, meaningful, emotional connections that I found. Oh, that's so sad. I mean, yes, I agree though. It's wonderful what you can find in a bunch of words on a screen, isn't it? I don't know. Fanfiction's a very good outlet for people. And it's also a very good outlet to read. It's sort of the problems that... Well, I mean, it's not necessarily a problem, but it is a thing that I guess published literature sort of lacks. Is that it sort of has to be marketable to everyone. And so often, while experiences feel real and raw, they can often feel watered down or generalized. Whereas with fanfiction, it tends to be very personal. It can appeal to a singular person's deepest desires or emotions or experiences, which is it's very precious to read something like that, I think. Crying while reading fanfiction is the best. Do you like any rare ships? Oh god, we could start all day about rare ships. Are you kidding me? My favorite ever rare fanfic pairing is probably either Shinso and Bakugo or oh jeez, there's too many options in my brain. Or Remus and Snape tend to be pretty interesting as well. Not in Marauder's era, in HP era. Although I don't mind either, to be honest. It's hard, I have to be alone to do it, which is very rare. Sherlock's homie, this is where I supersede you, because I will cry in front of people reading fanfiction, and I just don't give a fuck. I think a lot of my friends also read fanfiction, so they get it. Oh, jeez, I did sleep, I promise. I was hoping I could talk to 2 of your students. Okay. Gamon Husky and Midoriya Izuku. Wait. Gamon Husky and Midoriya Izuku. I wanted to ask them a few follow-up questions. Oh, my mom's doing prayer. Hold on, guys. She's gonna ring a bell and stuff, so I can't really do anything until it's over. Ginny X Luna always felt like a remainder ship to me. Although, to be fair, I'm dying for some more fucking lesbian relationships in fanfiction, so I'll take it, but you know. Oh. Yawning can also be a cause of lack of oxygen. Huh. That could explain what's going on with me. Favorite Bat family member? It's Batman. What do you want from me? I'm lame. And I'm also a sucker for a giant ass beefy man superhero. especially when he's got daddy issues. I wanted to ask them a few follow-up questions. They're just more interesting with them. I wanted to ask them a few follow-up questions. Aizawa and Hawks could be interesting. I think my only question would be really how it would function long term. Although I guess it would sort of be like Sunshine and sleep deprived idiot ship. So I guess it could work pretty fine. Hold on. A few follow-up questions. Oh jeez, hold on guys. Give me a second. Oh jeez. Stainex retired. All Might. Fuck me. Jaden, what are you watching on? What are you watching on TikTok? Huh. Excuse me. I like the poly of Cho, Hermione, and Ginny. Huh. I never even thought about that. Why not, honestly? Oh, you know who I do really like together? Tokoyami and Kaminari. I wanted to ask them a few follow-up questions. I'm gonna read that line, actually. I wanted to ask them a few follow-up questions. Jiwoo's arms cross, the woman letting out a tired sigh, eyes drifting shut. She forgoes any greeting. Gamon is here, but I already sent Midoriya home early today. He wasn't feeling well. Her eyes... Welcome back, Tora, and welcome back, Yuri. He wasn't feeling well. Her lids crap... Kaminari. Yeah, don't do this thing where you tell me I get them mixed up. I didn't this time. It's Kaminari, not Kirishima. Wasn't feeling well. I'm getting trolled again, aren't I? Wasn't feeling well. Her lids crack open. Eyes... Oh, fuck. Her lids crack open. Black eyes boring into the man. And detective, I understand you're trying to do your job, and that this vigilante's been running around causing you problems, but I am also trying to do my job. If you want to speak to any of my students further, then it needs to be outside of my dojo, during their free time and with their parents' permission. Namasa's eyes widen only slightly, before he nods his head in understanding. Of course. It seems I forgot myself. I got too wrapped up in trying to narrow our suspects. The man dips his head. I'm sorry about that. I'll save the interviews for a more appropriate time and place. Thank you. Midoriya trudges his way to Deo's apartment after retrieving his vigilante gear. His eyes glaze with the possibilities of what could have happened. His inner voice swirls, churning like molten tar. It spouts insults he'd heard many times in the past, but each one opens new wounds and rehashes old ones. He knocks quietly on Sakauchi's window, hesitant for the first time to bother him. Deo opens the window surprised, but nonetheless welcoming. Midoriya. He sounds confused. Aren't you supposed to be at your dojo? Instead of answering, the boy spits out the words that had been clogging his mind. I almost killed someone. Nail's eyes widen. What? And it wasn't even a villain, it was someone from my dojo. We were just sparring. Takauchi gently guides the boy to his bed, letting him talk interrupted as he drags his desk chair. Letting him talk uninterrupted as he drags his desk chair over next to him. He listens silently, not saying anything as he waits for the 15-year-old to finish his story. Midoriya ends it quickly, with another whispered, I almost killed him. Dale nods softly. But he's all right. But I almost killed him, Sakauchi. But you didn't. But I almost did, the younger boy insists. But you didn't. Dale's words are hard, final. You didn't even hurt him, Midoriya. It sounds to me that he did more damage to you. At least enough for you to slip into fight or flight mode like that. I mean, just look at the welts on your arms, dude. Midoriya doesn't spare them a glance. That isn't the point. His brows are drawn together, eyes desperate for the older boy to understand. Nail sighs. You're right. That's not the point. The point is that you're trying to get me to tell you that you're a horrible person, because your teacher wouldn't. Midoriya's eyes widen. That's not... You almost slipped up. You almost hurt someone. You're mad at yourself, but not anyone else is. No. You're mad at yourself, but no one else is. Not that Gamon guy, not your teacher. So you turn to me, because I'm the only one who knows your secret, and you think that's why everyone else isn't mad at you. This time, it's Nail, who's desperate for the other to understand. What happened was an accident, Midoriya. That's why no one's mad at you. You kicked up your vigilante hours since summer started. If you're so desperate to punish yourself, then cut back on it. Oh. Ripped Link Game Slayer. Thank you for subscribing. Reads chat, sees us being degenerates, carries on. Tora, I'm used to you guys being degenerates. That's normal for me. How do I feel about Kitty Animagus Harry? Okay, Mineral, I love it, but also there are so many better animals. Like he would okay, sorry, I just knocked my mic. He would be such a better snake, right? I don't know. I feel like there's so many other options for Harry. Oh my god, Christmas movie marathon. Okay, I don't like Christmas movies that much, but I do love Home Alone. So, yes, I approve. Home Alone marathon. Absolutely. I've seen all of them, which I don't think anyone's ever seen the third one except for me, I swear to god. I don't know how popular it is in the States, but in Australia, no one's seen it. Ah, okay. Oh, right. This reminds me. Okay, Next week, Tuesday, which is my time, which is when I usually stream, I'm doing a photo shoot with my friend. So I actually can't do next week Tuesday. So I won't be streaming my regular time on Tuesday. However, I will be streaming on Monday. And I'll be streaming probably Minecraft on Monday. So like this week I'll be streaming Monday, but I won't be streaming Tuesday. So whatever that is for you. So I'll be doing the same stream I did yesterday, but not today's stream, next week, if that makes sense. I'll still be uploading and everything, I just won't be recording, which is why I'm recording so much this week. Apologies for the late notice, I guess. I just figured out it was going to be a Tuesday, because I'm going to a concert that day as well, so I'm going to be very busy. That's why I'm recording so much this week. Right. Izuka frowns. How is that punishment for anyone except the people I'm trying to save? Just focus on something that doesn't involve fighting for a while, Sakauchi suggests, pleading with him. Try doing some recon on that missing persons case you've been working on, and stop with the short morning patrols before you go to the dojo. That's probably one of the reasons this whole ordeal even happened. Midoriya quietens. Your mind is stuck on Vigilante, right? So, all we have to do is get you out of it. Sakauchi glances around the room, back at his desk. This may or may not help, but either way it will get you out of your head. And who knows, maybe these Eskrima sticks I made will help. I finished them, by the way. Nail grins at the younger boy. They're not something you use at the dojo, right? Midoriya nods reluctantly. Yeah. Why are y'all being gross in my comments? Get out of my chat if you guys are gonna be weird and PDA-y. Blech. It's disgusting. No romance in this fucking channel. I disapprove. I do. I really do disapprove. What the fuck is this? What is this behavior? Mineral. Oh, speaking of Christmas, I went to a Polar Express thing where they went on a train, they read a book to us. Oh, you're gonna meet Santa. Oh, that's sort of cute, actually. That's sort of fun. I never celebrated Christmas, so I don't know much about it, but, you know. You don't get them if you flirt with other people. Despite rumors, I am very monogamous. Are you romance shaming us? Yes, I am. Okay? Yes, I am. No romance in this chat. This is a Christian channel. No romance before marriage. I will decide who you marry. I make the rules. More important while Jaden's on the subject of animagus, what animagus would you guys be? That's the real question. Christian BS, I call BS. You can't call BS. It's my BS. This is my BS stream. Bleh. Good luck fighting Egg. That lady is scary. That's why I'm into her. Yeah, I only learned some of the basics from one of Chi-sensei's friends who was visiting the dojo a while back. They seemed interesting, so I studied how to use them on YouTube for a few months before I started the whole vigilante thing. Nail raises a brow. You learned how to use them through YouTube? Okay, wait. I'm sort of curious now. I'm generally curious. I agree with Tora, but I'm specifically talking about the VTuber model. How many of you guys have seen my real face? Because I'm pretty sure I have my Instagram linked in my ending screen, so technically it's freely available. But I doubt many people have actually seen it. Interesting. You have. Instagram, Pillow? Okay, if you have seen my face, where have you seen it? That's another question. Oh, right, I posted my cosplays on Discord, right. That would do it, yeah. Have you ever seen me as me? Link us? I mean, you know what I could do really easily? Hold on, let me check I've got the right one open, because I do have several Instagram accounts as well. Insta and in my dreams. Yeah, I tend to show up there. I'm a really good voice paralysis demon in my spare time. Sorry, sleep paralysis demon. Oh, we're bound to get together, bound to get together. She took my arm. I don't know how it happened. She said, oh, don't you dare look back. Just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said, shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. Said, shut up and dance with me. Oh shit. No, I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use, I can't log into one of my Instagram accounts, so I'm gonna use my other Instagram account to see my other Instagram account. My main one. Hold on. There we go. That's my Instagram. Hold on. I'll look up. That's my dumbass. That's me. And that's mum. That's mum. Hold on. That's my dumbass. There you go. Weird face reveal. I don't post my face very often, to be honest. Anywhere, but... Ace, don't judge me. I was not paying attention. Anyway. The stances and stuff are nothing new. I just needed to learn how to wield them effectively. Sakauchi's grin widens, swiping up the two identical weapons off his desk to hand the boy. Careful. People might think you're bragging. I wasn't. The vigilante splutters, taken off guard. The black-haired boy sports a mischievous smile. I know, Midoriya. Izuku huffs, struggling to hold back a smile of his own through his mock indignation, as he carefully takes the weapons, studying them in fascination. How did you finish these already? It's summer. I could literally make anything in a few days if I put my mind to it. Anyway, they each have a button on the handles. Easy to access, but difficult enough to push where you won't do it on accident. Neo spins in his seat, turning back towards his work desks to push a few things to the side, as the 15-year-old finds one of the buttons Sakauchi had mentioned, and presses it. Midoriya curses, immediately dropping the one in his left hand, fingers spasming. Laughter seeps into his voice. It shocked me. Leo turns, an unsurprised smirk on his face. Of course you'd already managed to electrocute yourself. Now, if you'll let me finish, pressing one button will activate both sticks, as long as they're up to, probably. If you'll let me finish. Yep, can confirm, aesthetically pleasing. What was that in relation to, though? I was not paying attention, Ace. Pressing one button will activate both sticks, as long as they're up to 60 feet from each other. So, you probably have one of them on the wrong end. I noticed when I first looked at your vigilante gloves, it seemed like the palms were coated in some kind of synthetic rubber to help you grip. Which means something like that shouldn't be a problem for you as long as you have them on. But just in case, I covered the lower quarter of the sticks in rubber grips to prevent you from Oh. Thank you, I think. What animagus is everyone? Just in case, I covered the lower quarter of the sticks in rubber. I'm thinking. Give me a minute. Just in case. Let me think about it. I'm not sure yet. I covered the lower quarter of the sticks in rubber grips to prevent you from electrocuting yourself, if you don't have your gloves on for some reason. And there's a switch on the bottom for them to deactivate the 2-for-1 feature if you want. Midoriya carefully picks up the dropped stick, grabbing it by the rubber-coated end this time. Oh, hold on guys. My computer started fucking up again. Alright, I need to change my setup for a second. Grabbing it by the rubber-coated end this time. I'm still thinking, Jaden. I'm not sure. I've never actually thought about it. You know what? Hold on. Once I finish the chapter, we'll take a stupid fucking test and we'll find out what animagus I am. That seems like a good idea. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I just gotta quickly change my setup so my computer doesn't die on me again. I'm back. Hopefully, my computer doesn't die again. If it does, it's chill, but you know, let's all just say our prayers, you know, just in case. I'm noticing a lot of Slytherins in chat. What house are you, Jaden? You have to take the test, mate. Although I reckon I'll put you somewhere in Gryffindor. You're sort of loud and a little bit impulsive. Ace is a Hufflepuff? Oh, cool. change model. You know, I realized recently, I have this, hold on. I have this thing, and I never use it. But it's sort of cute. Yeah, Ace would be Ravenclaw, wouldn't she? I thought she was Ravenclaw. I remember us having this conversation before. Ravenclaw. I think Ace is a Ravenclaw. I'd put Jaden in Gryffindor. You know what? Why are we debating this? I decide where everyone goes. I will tell you your Hogwarts house. No one else gets to decide. There is no test. There is no author of this stupid fucking novel. I decide what house you're in. Each shock has about the same voltage as a police taser. Each shock has about the same voltage as a police taser. Each shock has about the same voltage as a police taser. Because of that, I implemented... Because of that, I implemented a safety feature. Usually, if you have the link activated and touched one person with both at the same time, then it would be like getting hit with 2 police tasers. Then it would be like getting hit with 2 police tasers, which can be risky business, but with this link active, they'll only set out half the bolts from each other if they're closer than 5 feet from each other. So, a total of 1,200 volts if you get the hit with both. Keep in mind, that's only because there's only enough juice in them for 4 full shots each. Keep in mind, that's because there's only enough juice in them for 4 full shots each, or half 8 shots. After that, they'll just act as regular Eskrima sticks. After that, they'll just act as regular Eskrima sticks until you recharge them. Midoriya perches himself on the edge of the teen's bed, completely wrapped. If the link is active, then there's usually a 3-second signal delay between pressing one button and the other stick going off. And that delay can fluctuate up to 15 seconds depending on how far apart they are. The 15-year-old sets the weapons aside, in favor of taking the small box that Nayo hands him. This is the charger. I tried making it as inconspicuous and easy as possible to use, so all you have to do is put them in and leave them, and they should be fully charged within 24 minutes. So approximately 1 full charge every 6 minutes. The box is also able to generate its own electricity with no plug-ins required. Midoriya's eyes twinkle in awe. You really thought of everything, huh? Tsukauchi offers him a smile. If I don't, then someone else will, and we can't have that happening, can we? Thanks, Midoriya ventures, for taking my mind off everything. You were right. Nayo huffs. Of course I was right. The phrase, "that's what friends are for," comes to the boy's mind and seems to go without saying. On the racetrack, Midoriya takes a step forward, and another. He picks up the pace, jogging, running, sprinting, until he's back to the pace he once held. The sun in his chest burns bright, radiant as ever before. But in his head, the moor opens, hissing in his ears. Guys, it's time to be mean again. Let's do this. It's not like you would know how to answer that question. You're so worthless that even the ones you had changed their minds. So worthless that even your father abandoned you. Damn, that's messed up, Midoriya. I hope he gets the help he needs. Probably won't. He didn't abandon me. Nope, hate that. Okay. He didn't abandon me. Midoriya hisses back. Scowl falling into place. Tsukachi turns back to him, confused. What? Izuku's eyes widen, stammering out a response. Nothing, just talking to myself. He manages an awkwardly quiet laugh that does nothing to settle the worry that's taken residence in Neil's amber eyes. Hey, first one of the day done. At least 2 more I've got left. I'll call this one chapter 11. Not bad. We are making progress, guys. It's saved. Wonderful. Okay, quick break. Let's take a test. Yeah, Animagus quiz. Alright, there we go. Okay, let's see. What is your Animagus form? Okay. I will link the text and I will change the banner. All good. Thank you, Tora. Hold on. I'm not taking the one on Pottermore because I'm not giving J.K. Rowling any ad revenue. I don't know if I spelled Animagus right. We'll find out. Someone will tell me, undoubtedly. Okay, wonderful. Shall we go back to taking it? Alright. Who is your favorite Hogwarts professor? Professor Sprout, Lupin, Dumbledore. Absolutely not Dumbledore. McGonagall, not Snape. Flitwick, Hagrid, Quirrell. I'm probably bouncing between Flitwick and McGonagall. But McGonagall sort of causes issues sometimes, my dude. I might put Flitwick. He just seems really sweet. I don't know. I've got no beef with Flitwick. He seems like he genuinely cares about his students. Okay. Which of these careers most interests you? Teacher, professional athlete, spy, firefighter, a worker at a small store, animal breeder, professional wrestler, wow, pilot, marine biologist, CEO. Okay, here's the thing, right? CEO is too much work. Same with teacher. That's a lot of work, and also I don't like kids that much, so it wouldn't be a very good job for me. I'd be horrible as a spy because I have no health. So I would not be able to do that. Animal breeder, I'm not very patient, so I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to watch animals fuck all day either. A worker at a small store. I could see myself enjoying that. I like doing small things. Small things make me happy. I think I would enjoy this more. I already work at a small store. And to be honest, if I got paid enough, I probably would like it. What would be your favorite place at Hogwarts to hang out? Hufflepuff Common Room. Transfiguration Courtyard is off. Dungeons, no. Slytherin Courtyard. Common Room, no. It's so cold down there. I like warm places. I would hate it. The Quidditch Cave, absolutely not. Great Lake, Forbidden Forest, Hall. Where's the library, man? The library's not on the list. So. I don't know. That feels like an oversight, honestly. Hmm. I don't really know. I think it'd probably either be the Great Hall, the Ravenclaw Common Room, or the Gryffindor Common Room, because they all seem very warm. The Great Hall is food. I say the Great Hall. Which Hogwarts house, Slytherin? Easy. Who is your favourite character out of the names listed below? Alright. Harry Potter, Cedric Diggory, Luna Lovegood, Severus Snape, Hermione Granger, Minerva McGonagall, Ginny Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Hagrid, Ron Weasley. Probably either Neville, Hermione, or Harry. I mean, to be honest with you, I think Harry's hilarious. He's very sarcastic throughout the entirety of the first seat of the actual book series. And I mean, just as a character, he's very interesting. There's a reason why he's the protagonist. Choose the wizarding book that you would most want to read. Guide to Advanced Occlumency, the official guide to the Quidditch World Cup, Magic Mediterranean water plants and their properties, Hairy Snout Human Heart, Magical Misdemeanors in Modern Law, that sounds like a bore, Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts, Jinxes for the Jinxed, The Dark Arts, A Legal Companion, The Beater's Bible, A Guide to Advanced Transfiguration. How interesting could a book on the dark arts be if it was a legal companion? The legal automatically makes it boring. I'd probably say either Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts. Oh, you know what? No, Transfiguration is awesome. I'm doing Transfiguration. What is your favorite spell out of the ones listed below? Wingardium Leviosa, Expelliarmus, Augmenti, Protego, Silencio, Incendo. I know the word, but I can't say it. Pietotum, Locomotor. More. Locomotor. Tor. Ugh. Okay. I mean, okay. Levitate. Knock someone's wand out of their hand. Water. Shut someone up sounds really good. But I am an arsonist at heart, so I guess Incendo would have to be my favorite. Yeah, Incendo's fire. For sure. I know it's fire, because the idea of using it makes me excited, and I like blowing... I like setting things on fire, so... What is your favorite Leonardo DiCaprio movie? Well, my favorite Leonardo DiCaprio movie is not on this list. And it's the Baz Luhrmann version of Romeo and Juliet. Has anyone seen that? Bro, I love that movie. It's probably the only one I would actually watch that Leonardo DiCaprio is in. I wouldn't watch any of these other ones. So. Tora, Ace, you know me, sort of. Which of these do you think I would actually watch? Because I haven't seen any of them. I don't know which one to put in. I've never seen any of them. How would I know what I like? I know I wouldn't like Inception. I don't like sad stories. So I don't think I'd like Titanic. The only thing I know about Wolf of Wall Street is that Margot Robbie's in it. And I don't know, maybe I would like it then. Gangs of New York, Bodies of Lies. I'd never heard of any of these. I guess... What's a... Okay, wait, I want to look up what Gangs of New York is about. Huh. It looks boring. I'll put in The Departed, maybe. I wouldn't like... I don't think I'd like Gangs of New York. I can't believe they didn't put the Baz Luhrmann version of Romeo and Juliet, because, I mean, that would be the option, right? Let's see that search history. My search this is not my search history, because I don't use this browser for anything other than streaming. So. Which of these animals do you dislike the most? Bear, horse, badger, cat, lion, stag. Dolphin! No one you shouldn't like dolphins. Oh, right. Oh, I'm a cat. Okay. Sure. Why not? More importantly, no one should ever like dolphins. I stand by that. I'm doing a Romeo and Juliet. Pillow, you're doing a Romeo and Juliet assignment? What are you doing it on? What are you doing it on? I need to know. I love Romeo and Juliet. Oh, I stan. You know how we were talking about rare ships? One of my favorite rare ships of all time is Tybalt x Paris from Romeo and Juliet. Slay. No one will know what the fuck I'm talking about, but you should know. Anyway, I love Romeo and Juliet. Ah! I could talk about all day. Literally all day. I loved studying it when I was in high school as well. It was my favorite thing ever. Oh, jeez. Didn't you just DM? Okay, Pillow. Okay, this is important. This you'll understand this. Everyone who I ever hear about studying Romeo and Juliet needs to understand that the only reason I got through that unit while I was literally starving myself and half asleep in all of the classes was the fact that one of my friends was intently into shipping Mercutio and Tybalt for the entirety of the time we were studying that the work, and that was the only thing that kept me going because she was a really good writer and it was really fucking funny. And so what I started doing was I started reading Romeo and Juliet fan fiction to learn more about the book without having to actually do work. So you know what I do have that you might find interesting? I have a collection of really good fan fiction from the Romeo and Juliet fandom that you might want to read. The things I do in my spare... Who cares? It's enemies to lovers! Oh gosh, you don't get it. You'll never understand. Hold on. Oh, hold on. If I make anything homoerotic, I can love it. I don't care if Tybalt kills him! It's hot! I stand by this. You're not gonna convince me anything else. Hold on. She wrote a really good essay and she got an A+ for it, and it was a delight to read and I was sold. And have you seen, I don't know if you watched the movie as part of your unit or what you're studying, but we watched the Baz Luhrmann one in class and it changed my life. I'm telling you, it changed my life. The tension. Hold on, I'm opening up my bookmarks on my personal account. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna search for it, and I'm gonna send you every single one I have bookmarked. Because you should read them. Except for the... Should I send the explicit ones as well to the Discord? Maybe. Okay, anyway, I will send one. It's not completed. I will send one to the chat right now. But it's not... That one's not explicit, but it's really good. Actually, it might be explicit. But it's not the focus, it's a plot-driven story. Anyway, it's really good. And that's the reason that's one of my that's the reason why Tybalt and Paris is one of my favorite rare ships. But it's really cute, and I really enjoyed it. And it was one of my favorite units to study. Very much, very much recommend. Highly recommend. I love, absolutely love this ship. It was, it changed, it was life-changing. Truly, it was life-changing. Romeo and Juliet, my love. What were we meant to be doing something? I feel like we were meant to be doing something today, guys. Anyway, more important than everything else, you should read that. You should read it. You'll like it. Probably. Hopefully. Give me a minute. I accidentally logged out of this account for some reason. I'll put the links on the Discord as well. Oh, I love Romeo and Juliet. Oh, I could talk about this for hours, guys. You don't even know. I feel like, oh gosh. Okay, I'm gonna quickly open YouTube and play something. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna find something real quick. I want to show you. I don't even care that I'm not meant to be doing this anymore. It's so funny. Absolutely, I will join VC later so I can hear about this. Hold on, I found it. I found it. This is my favorite thing ever. This is the opening scene to the Baz Luhrmann Romeo and Juliet. How can you turn down the boys? It's iconic. I love it. I love it so much. Okay, this movie has so much chaotic energy. Even if you've never read Romeo and Juliet, it's so good. Oh. Okay, also, Tybalt in the Baz Luhrmann edition is, I mean, he's someone's type. It's so funny. He's so funny. Hold on. Look at it. Look at this man. Look at this man. Look at this man. You should watch it. It's so good. If we ever get the time, I'd love to do a Discord watch for this movie. It's been so long, but oh my god. Look at him. Look at him. He's got Jesus on his t-shirt. Oh, this was, oh, it was such a good, it was such a good movie, man. It was the best interpretation of a William Shakespeare work just ever made. This is the best Leonardo DiCaprio movie as well, and I can't believe it wasn't on the list, because, like, how do you turn this down? Look at him! He's so stupid! I love him! Anyway, I'm gonna go back to reading now, but I just want you guys to know, I love Romeo and Juliet, and you should watch the Baz Luhrmann edition of the movie, because it's slay. Truly. Or experience pirating. Yeah, I've experienced pirating. It's not like it's the only way I watch things. It's, oh jeez, guys, highly recommend. Pillow, especially if you're studying Romeo and Juliet, there is nothing that will get you more excited about the story than watching the Baz Luhrmann edition. It's life-changing. It really is. Oh, hand on my heart. One of the best movies I've ever watched, I swear to god. Thank you, Tora. I will change the banner, no stress. I'll join after the stream. I've got to finish this off today. I'm probably free the most daily, so I'll join VC after, maybe. I mean, I'm always on Discord VC. At least like once every couple of days, which is ridiculous to me considering how busy I usually am. Alright, there we go. Oh, not for a while, mate. It'll be a long while before this stream's over. We've got a lot of reading to do today. Okay. We're gonna do Pied Piper chapter 12, and then we'll read, we'll figure out, if we want to read another BNHA fic, or if we want to read a Wolfstar fic. And I'll finish that off, and then we're done. Okay, let's go. Oh, we were bound to get together. Maybe some other time than Pillar. No stress. Pied Piper by Black Hole CA. Read by Mika. Chapter 12. Horologium. Theo had told him to cut down on his vigilante hours, but even several weeks after summer break had ended, he finds it hard to actually put the suggestion into effort. He starts storing his vigilante gear inside an abandoned warehouse, several blocks away from his school on the days he doesn't go to the dojo, squeezing in a short patrol before he heads home. And on the weekends, he continues doing his daytime rounds. It's one such weekend that he runs into one of the worst heroes he can think of running into. It's one such weekend that he runs into one of the worst heroes he can think to run into. It's partially his own fault. The vigilante had strayed far too close to one of the most populated parts of Matsudafu, while trying to crack down a league on his Kogane case. He'd only been tailing the guy, hoping he'd eventually lead the boy back to wherever it was the 8 precepts were hiding. He watches the man slip out of the end of the alley and into a crowded street, the vigilante rushing to follow, afraid he'd lose sight of him. But when Midoriya speeds out of the end of the alley, I love this part of the fic. But when Midoriya speeds out the end of the alley, eyes already roaming the sidewalk, he slams face first into a flaming chest. He freezes up at first, scared he'd run directly into his target, but the bulking chest he backs away from is nothing like the thin, rat-like man he'd been following. The vigilante relaxes somewhat, gently rubbing at his nose. Sorry about that. Wasn't watching where I was going. He steps back, looking around again for where the guy had disappeared to. He spares the man he'd run into a glance, immediately tensing. The boy looks up in horror. I'm dead. I'm going to jail. This is how it ends. The flame hero, Endeavor, glares down at him, the vigilante wilting beneath his gaze as he stumbles back. The boy shrivels up like a spring flower under the summer sun at the look the hero sends him. There's no way out for him here. No fire escape to save him. No smoke thick enough to hide him. There's no gun for him to steal. No emotional weaknesses for him to play off of. There's only icy blue eyes and fire hot enough to carbonize cells. You don't have to save it all for me, Tora. I'm just calculating the point system only on things towards me. You are free to do as you please. Endeavor takes a step forward, and Midoriya has to resist the urge to throw his hands up and surrender right then and there. But the step the hero takes forward has him brushing right past the vigilante. There's a boy his age that follows, with heterochromatic. with heterochromatic hair and eyes, half of which match that of Endeavor's. He gives the vigilante a brief nod of acknowledgement, before he too moves past him, making to follow his father's looming form. Piper is left to merely stare after them in awe. The hero's voice flows back to the vigilante over the gathering crowd. It's Endeavor time. Did you see the weapon in his hands? The teen doesn't respond verbally, merely gives him a small nod. There are far too many heroes in this new generation. There are This new generation. That rely on support gear like that to help them take down villains. The hero peers down at his youngest from the corner of his cerulean eyes. The quirks inside you are my legacy. With them, it will be easy for you to surpass everyone else. Midoriya turns his head to follow the duo's progress, their conversation just audible over the murmuring crowd. A hero? Izuku's mouth gapes open, eyes widening. He thinks I'm a hero. My favorite part of this chapter is coming up. I'm very excited. Into a hero, while his father dragged him around on his patrols. And it certainly wasn't the first time Endeavor had bad-mouthed other heroes to him. But it was strange. He could see a few people in the crowd holding back hushed laughter. And he realizes that all the cameras... He realizes that laughter. And he realizes... Yep, okay. And he And he realizes that all the cameras he'd spied hadn't actually been pointed at his father. He pauses, turning to look back at the hero they'd passed. Perhaps it's a new up-and-coming hero? They look pretty young. The lower half of his face is still covered, but Shoto can tell from the crinkle of his shining eyes that he wears a kind of starstruck smile. From the corner of his vision, Todoroki can see a kid his age filming the three of them, his phone whipping back and forth between the hooded figure and his father. The teen seems excited, eyes glinting like he knows an epic secret that no one else is privy to. No. Eyes glinting like he knows a secret that no one else is privy to. Like he's watching the beginning of some epic battle royale. Todoroki locks eyes with the hooded figure, eyes widening in surprise when he catches the other winking at him. Shoto can see the newfound giddy mischief gleaming in the... Oh my god, I love this part. Okay. Shoto can see the newfound giddy mischief gleaming in his green and red eyes before he blows a mock kiss at the red and white-haired teen. Shoto. No, I hate that. Shoto. Endeavor's voice draws him out of his shock as he turns back towards the man. Keep up. The hero's looming frame marches on, as Todoroki glances back at the hoodied figure. But when he checks again, the guy is gone, disappearing as quickly as he'd come. A hushed whisper makes its way through part of the small crowd that he'd seen. No. A hushed whisper makes its way through a small part of the crowd that had seen. He frowns, turning back to continue towards his father. He frowns, turning back to continue following his father. From the murmuring of the people around him, Todoroki picks up on the conversation between two girls. They both have different colored eyes. That's just too cute. I'm screaming. Forget about their eyes. A vigilante and Endeavor's son? That's some Wattpad romance right there. He jerks his head back to where he'd last seen the boy. Vigilante. Shoto murmurs. Oh, wait. Shoto murmurs the Shoto murmurs the word quietly to himself, staring after his afterimage. I said keep up. Midoriya spins in circles in Nail's desk chair, watching the room colors blur together. He thought I was a hero. Outside, the sun begins setting, signaling the coming of his second patrol. Takauchi glances up from his phone to watch him spin. Amusement creeps into his voice. So you've said. He thought I was a hero. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, looked at me and said, must be a hero. Nail smiles at him. Well, you do save people. And by definition, a hero is someone noted as... Okay. Oh god, what are y'all doing? You guys starting fires again? Alright, hold on. There you go. Have fun. And by definition, a hero is someone noted for courageous acts and or the nobility of their character, which by definition would make you a hero. Midoriya immediately stops spinning, feet slamming into the floor where he faces Takauchi. The vigilante looks at the older boy with wide eye. The vigilante looks at the older boy, wide-eyed. Perhaps you're not one in the eyes of the law, Nail says, smiling softly down at his phone as the 15-year-old gapes at him. But you save people, and you help put bad guys in jail. And maybe it's not as glorious as being a pro-hero and fighting flashy villains with your own flashy quirk, but you didn't become a vigilante for the glory, right? When Takauchi looks up, he's greeted by Midoriya's watery-eyed expression. A few tears drip from his lashes, sliding down his cheeks, and a smile rivaling that of All Might is carved across his lips. The boy's eyes pinch closed, as the smile on his face grows. Right. Nail lets the boy gather himself, before speaking again. So, are you ever going to tell me what happened, or are you just going to keep repeating that Endeavor thought you were a hero? Midoriya scrubs a bit more at his tear tracks. Midoriya scrubs a bit more at the tear tracks on his cheeks before he replies. I was trying to tail this guy from the 8 precepts. You know, do some actual recon like you told me to. Wow. Sakauchi exclaims. You, doing what I say. Now that's the most surprising news I've heard all day. Okay. Midoriya laughs. I rip my stitches. Fuck, I hate that. Midoriya laughs. I ripped my stitches out once. And please explain to me how you managed to rip your stitches? Was it through the vigorous activity that I hadn't warned about? Oh. Was it through the vigorous activity that I warned against? Or how about the time I told you about my mother's quirk and you still somehow managed to shake her bare hand? Sakauchi lets out a relieved sigh. I could have gone wrong in so many ways. Midoriya shudders, thinking back on it. If only in that instance your uncle... If only in that instance your uncle really saved me. Deo huffs a laugh. Nope. Deo huffs a laugh. Anyway, so you were tailing the guy and what? Just happened to run into Endeavor? The vigilante rubs at his nose in phantom pain. Quite literally. Midoriya makes a face. There's really not much to the story, to be honest. He kind of just brushed me off and walked away while talking shit about weapons, and then... Izuku pauses, trailing off. Deo raises a brow. And then... Midoriya's face flushes, as he quickly leans his head on the back of the chair to stare at the ceiling. It's embarrassing. Sakauchi glances back down at his phone, scrolling absent-mindedly through his timeline. No. Embarrassing is being a professional criminal and getting your ass handed to you by a 15-year-old. Izuku scrubs at his face with his hands. No, this was really stupid. Like, I must have been high on something stupid. Nail lets out a low whistle, something on his phone catching his eye. That's pretty high on the stupid scale. You sure about that? Sakauchi taps on the video, attention fully taken. A quiet voice filters slowly through the speaker. That's Piper, right? That's gotta be him. Midoriya starts spinning in his seat again, watching the ceiling twirl above him. The video zooms in shakily, but the footage is clear. And there, in center frame, stands none other than Midoriya himself. Dale casts the boy a quick glance, before turning back to the video. The camera swivels towards another figure, obviously Endeavor by the back of the man's flaming suit. I swear Endeavor literally just walked past him, the cameraman groans. I wish I could have gotten that on tape. They literally walked right into each other. The video pans back to the vigilante. How is he not dead? Holy shit. If anyone says anything, he's 101... Fuck. If anyone says anything, he's 100% a goner, dude. Midoriya winks at someone off camera. Pro. The camera swings back towards Endeavor, and while Endeavor is in the frame, it's not him that's taken the spotlight. Did he just wink at his son? The red and white head boy that's in frame seems just as surprised as the guy filming. The video quickly flips back towards the vigilante, just in time to catch him blow a kiss at the already stunned teenager. Bro! Sorry. Oh my god. I was really trying not to laugh throughout the entirety of that exchange. Oh, Jesus Christ. I love Midoriya in this fic. He's absolutely insane. Okay. Honestly, same, Yuri. Neo barely suppresses the urge to laugh as he glances back up at the 15-year-old still spinning in the older boy's desk chair. You're right. That was pretty stupid. Midoriya's head whips up, desperately trying to stop the chair's momentum. He lets out a distressed noise when Sakachi flashes him the phone screen. So, he says, grin spreading across his lips. Endeavor's son. Izuku lets out a quiet whine. I told you it was really stupid. Neo flips to his trending page, only half aware of the tags, until something else catches his gaze. His eyes widen, a strangled noise escaping his throat as he scrambles up from his bed to shove the phone in the other boy's face. Midoriya leans back a few inches to read the screen, eyes growing comically large. Holy shit. He breathes. I'm trending? His eyes widen further. Please tell me that's not why I'm trending. It is why he's trending. This dumbass bitch. Oh, I love this stupid fic. Hold on, give me a second, my ears really fucking hurt. I have 5 half-healed piercings, and my headphones are not helping them heal. Ugh. I really get earphones. Plug-in ones. Jesus, that really hurts. It's alright. Okay. Hold on. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of text. There's still quite a bit to go. Holy shit. Alright. Okay. Hold on, I need to quickly do something. I need the notification sound for Discord. Again. I'm just gonna copy it from one of my previous video files though, so just give me a second. There we go. Copy that. Alright, let's go. Give me a minute. It's loading. It's loading. Fuck. Alright. 19. Trending in Japan. Pied Piper. 9,259 tweets. Alright. Let's do the text message section. Ghost. Ghost. _ 3 hours. I don't know why Pied Piper is trending, but I know he deserves it. Hawk's Toenail at oh fuck. Sorry, I couldn't get over the username first. Hawk's Toenail at Crunchy Sushi. Okay. Hawk's Toenail at Crunchy Sushi. 7 minutes. Is this because he blew a kiss at Endeavor's son right behind Endeavor's back? Pied Piper is an icon. We STAN. I love just doing very dramatic voices. It's very fun. Presentation Michael at Loudboy Stan. 49 minutes. This boy just really winked and blew a kiss at the number 2 hero's son. No hesitation, no remorse. This is the level of confidence I aspire to be. I say we elect Pride Piper. I say we elect Pied Piper for Prime Minister. We need this kind of confidence leading our government. Riot. My B-Day. At Barky... Fuck. Riot. My B-Day. At Barky QS. 26M. So let me get this straight. Endeavor sees Pied Piper, thinks he's a hero, proceeds to brush him off. But his son, who was with him, realizes something is fishy, and so Piper just winks, blows a kiss at him, and takes off? Nicole, at Crimson Riot _ 1 hour. This right here, this is it, Chief. Pied Piper is it. GIF. Pied Piper. Blowing a kiss at stunned Shoto. Fuck. GIF. GIF. Pied Piper. Blowing a kiss at a stunned Todoroki Shoto. Oh, fuck. Alien emoji. Miki. At Jiki Miki. 2 hours. Who is this Pied Piper person, and why are we standing them? Is this a new idol or something? I'm genuinely so confused. Soul. Cherry emoji. At Luminasia. 37 seconds. I'm screaming. I am absolutely screaming. That boy. Pied Piper is... Holy shit. Just remember, if you guys are ever concerned about whether or not my pronunciation is correct or not, I am in charge, and therefore, I decide how everything is pronounced forever till the end of time. Thank you. BTE at the B-Day WT. 40M. I'm out here trying to piss and come across this video of Endeavor's son with that face, and you expect me to be okay? Absolutely not. I am not okay. Pied Piper, what have you helped create? Alright, last night I was watching the end of the Scott Pilgrim animated series, and I would just like to say, I want to base my entire personality on Wallace Wells. That man is such an icon. I'm literally in love with him. He's so funny, and he's such a girl boss. I just want to be as cool as him. I know I never will be, but I want to be. Human error. At obligatory. 5M. I swear, if DC is making another remake of Pied Piper, I am going to scream. Let it die. We don't need a third remake. Wonderful. I know, right? Yuri gets it. Wallace is my idol. I was watching it on the couch downstairs, and anytime Wallace was on screen, I was like, the girl boss is back. I was so excited. That was not my rule, Tora. Don't make it sound like I'm some sort of jealous house husband. What the fuck? I didn't say you couldn't flirt with anyone but me. I just said I don't consider them as point making. What? Fuck, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. Ugh. I think they're talking about the hero Pied Piper in the DC universe. I think the idea is that someone is just so off base as to how Midoriya is trending that he's just like, I don't want another DC remake. It's sort of like if we had vigilantes in our world and then someone named themselves Iron Man. Okay, anyway. Midoriya can't escape the whispers of his vigilante persona. While there aren't many he catches, a few people at his school the next day talking about the video during their free time. Even the dojo isn't safe from the talk of his run-in with Endeavor's son. It embarrasses the 15-year-old to no end, and throws him off his beat every time he hears Gummon laugh about it with one of the girls while cooling down. But nothing throws him off more than the figure that walks through the dojo's front door. Midoriya takes a foot to the face when his eyes lock on that of Hirano's. The blow sends him stumbling to his hands and knees, multicolored stars sparkling across his vision. Midoriya! His sparring partner rushes to his side. Midoriya! His sparring partner rushes to his side, grabbing his elbow to help him stumble his way up. Are you okay? I thought you dodged that. Mika, I need your opinion on JL graphics interchange. What the fuck is that? Are you okay? I thought you dodged that. Pillar, you're gonna have to start speaking English. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to look this up, aren't I? Hold on. J. The fuck? Oh! Gifts? I don't know. Okay? I thought you dodged that. GIF. I didn't know what it was. How am I meant to know? I'm not a computer science student. Fuck me. I'm pronouncing it GIF. That's just correct. Deal with it. He ignores that concern in favor of calling out a greeting at Hirano. Welcome back. The boy is still a little dazed, but he offers the girl a smile and a small wave. Tell me that again when you don't have blood in your teeth. Hirano's eyes crinkle at the corners. He looks better than she did last time he'd seen her. Her eyes look brighter, and the boy can tell the smile she offers him is genuine. He gently cradles his cheek, turning back towards his sparring partner. This is gonna bruise, isn't it? They grimace, nodding reluctantly. Are you okay? Midoriya waves them off, swiping the blood away from his teeth with his tongue, assuring them that he's fine. I've had worse. That doesn't make me feel any better, they call after him, as he makes his way over towards Hirano. She smiles as the 15-year-old approaches. That was quite the hit you took there. Izuku returns the smile. There's still some blood clinging to his teeth, and his jaw aches, but its sincerity isn't marred by it. And it was. Nope, I hate that. Marred by it. That it was. Genji's gotten a lot better at sparring. Nope, I hate that. That it was. Genji has gotten a lot better at squaring their kicks since he left. Hirano. The two turn toward... The two turn towards the voice to find Chi-sensei, walking towards them. It's good to see you again. How have you been? She offers the woman a sheepish smile. Sheepish. To see you again. How have you been? She offers the woman... Oh, fuck. She offers the woman a sheepish smile. I want to say great, but no, wait. I want to say great, but I'd be lying. It's been better the last few months, but... She scratches at the back of her head. I fell into the wrong crowd at school, and they got me in a bit of trouble. You didn't hear that, it's just my stomach. I guess I'm hungry. I guess I'll eat after this. I'll take a quick break. Midoriya offers the girl a sympathy smile, remembering how he'd been part of that bit of trouble. Since I just started my second year, I figured it was time to find some new Since I just started my second year, I figured it was time to find some new people to hang out around. Actually, wanted to talk to you, Sensei, about joining the dojo again. She looks nervous, bringing up the subject. I realized that I miss this place. These people. The woman offers Hirano a soft smile, freckles casting her cheeks in a dim glow. We'd be happy to have you back. No. We'd be happy to have you back. The girl looks like she's on the verge of happy tears, as Midoriya's smile stretches into a bright grin. He doesn't usually get to see the after effects of the work he did as Pied Piper. Izuku knew that he saved lives, but this was the first time he'd been allowed to see the ripple effects of what doing so created. I hope you haven't gotten too rusty, Midoriya jokes, grinning at her. Midoriya, Jibu says, go wash the blood from your teeth and put some ice on your jaw. I don't need your mother calling me to cry again. Once was enough. The 15-year-old blanches as he pushes his sweaty curls back from his face. I don't know how I managed to forget about that. Jibu stares down at him, black eyes holding a deathly seriousness in them. I haven't been able to forget. Okay. How much more do we have? Fuck. Still got a bit. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. I'm just gonna go eat something really quick because I'm getting hungry. And I should probably eat. So I'm gonna switch to music and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Hold up. Hold on. I fixed my tracking. I forgot about that. Sometimes I forget I'm a VTuber and I need to actually turn on my tracking. Give me a minute. Now I'm moving again. Wonderful. Right back to where I was before. Anyway, I can keep reading. I had a quick snack. It was white bread. I had straight up white bread. Why did I scare you? It was my stream. What were you expecting? Were you expecting someone else to join? No, I'm joking. Sorry, I scared you. Shall we go back in? Oh, jeez. I could have stretched a little before I started. Oh well, too late. You have apple juice? I want apple juice. I'll go get some after this. The next day dawns like another other. And when he wakes up, what the fuck does that even mean? Any other. The next day dawns like any other. When he wakes up, his jaw is still sore, and the bruise that had formed there is noticeable, to say the least. He pokes at the area around it in the mirror, grimacing at the bloom of dark colours. He slips a mask on to cover it, only the barest edges of the top of it able to peek out over the mask. It's not perfect, but it'll have to do. He has plans today that can't afford to wait any longer. Izuku watches from a distance. This is definitely one of the most stupid decisions he's made, and he's sure they all wouldn't approve of what he's doing. Not only is he missing his first few classes for this, but he's camping not too far from Yue's main gate, looking for someone who'd be able to help him with his plan. He'd meant to do it far sooner than he is now, but life had gotten a little too chaotic, and maybe he'd forgotten about it. He's not in full vigilante dress, but he's got his gloves and mask on, and he's dyed his eyes a darker blue colour, with a new pair of contacts, and tucked all his curls beneath a beanie, all for the sake of this plan. Midoriya pumps himself up, hopping from foot to foot in the alley he's in. He starts up a convincing mumble of, "I'm late, I'm late, I'm late," under his breath, before he speed walks out of his spot. Coming up behind a girl he thinks will be able to help him with his plan. He pretends to accidentally bump shoulders with her, the action nearly sending both of them tumbling to the concrete. Midoriya lets out a yelp as he scrambles to right himself, a near-automatic, "I'm so sorry," spilling from his lips. Are you alright? The girl manages to keep her balance well, fixing the hold on her backpack. No. Midoriya. Why am I still hungry? I don't get how the human body works. Sometimes I eat like one piece of bread and I'm fine. Sometimes I eat two and I'm like, I am starving right now. It's too complicated. Midoriya, The girl manages to keep her balance as well, fixing the hold on her backpack. She turns to him, flashing him an unreadable look. "I'm fine. No worries, dude." Midoriya pretends to study her uniform, widening his eyes comically as he does so. "Do you go to UA?" The girl glances him over, nodding reluctantly when she doesn't immediately identify him as a threat. Midoriya throws on his best puppy eyes, kicks his acting... Midoriya throws on his best puppy eyes and kicks his acting. Kicks his acting. Oh shit. Okay. Midoriya throws on his best puppy eyes and kicks his acting skills up a notch. He'd been planning scenarios for this conversation out for the last 48 hours. Would you be able to help me with something? Only if you have the time, though. The boy fiddles with the edge of his hoodie, real nerves kicking in. He'd practiced this same conversation in his room 100 times over, looking for the perfect way to get someone to do something for him, while making it seem like that was their idea. I'm one of Snipe's son's new interns, and he told me I was supposed to go drop something off at his desk, but I realized I'm not actually allowed to go through the gate since I'm not a student or faculty member. Izuku's brow furrows with mock worry, as he gently shifts from one foot to the other. I tried calling him, but he's not answering. Could you tell him I'm waiting outside? And rule number 1 for making people think it was their idea was never directly asking them for whatever it was you wanted. Midoriya pulls a phone out of his pocket and checks the time. I'm supposed to be at the agency before 9, but I was supposed to give this to him before I went to work today. He glances down at the plastic bag gripped in his hand. Inside, he has Snipe's gun, wrapped in a variety of multicolored tissue paper, and a bit of glitter he'd nabbed from a small-time kidnapping ring. What the fuck? I was supposed to give this to him before I went to work today. He glances down at the plastic bag gripped in his hand. Inside, he has Snipe's gun, wrapped in a Inside it, he has Snipe's gun, wrapped in a variety of multicolored tissue paper, and a bit of glitter he nabbed from a small-time kidnapping ring disguised as a party store. He hopes it's enough to at least conceal what's inside the bag until it gets to the hero. The girl looks a little reluctant at first, but Midoriya has his mother's eyes. Even if their color had changed, both the mother and son had some of the sincerest eyes one could find. He's lucky that this trait doesn't go unnoticed by the girl. I mean, I can just take it to him if you want. I have to pass by the teacher's office on the way to class anyway. If it's even possible, Midoriya's now blue eyes widen further. Are you sure? Oh, fuck, I don't like that. Are you sure? No. I started the recording too late. Fuck. Redo it. Are you sure? I don't want to make you late because of me. Success. The girl offers him a small smile. It's not a problem. I can just leave it on his desk if it's not... It's not a problem. I can just leave it on his desk if he's not there, right? Izuku's eyes brighten, smile widening behind his mask. Of course. If he's there, could you just tell him one thing for me? He's such a little shit. Midoriya has intense little shit energy. Alright. We're nearly at the end of this chapter. Snipe leans back in his desk chair. Nope. Snipe leans back in his desk chair, tired of looking at all the papers strewn. What am I doing? Snipe leans back in his desk chair, tired of looking at all the papers spread across his workspace. He'd come in early to try and... Early. He'd come in early to try and get some of it done, but He still wasn't quite awake yet this early in the morning. Behind him, someone clears their throat. Sensei? Snipe looks up from his desk. Snipe looks up from his desk, turning to look at one of the students from his class standing just behind him. Haya-san, how can I help you? She holds a plastic bag for him, looking a bit sheepish. No. She holds out a plastic bag for him, looking a little sheepish. Your intern said that he... Your intern said that he couldn't get through the gate, so I offered to bring this up to you. The hero stares at her, bewilderment clear on his face. My intern. She nods as Snipe gently takes the bag from her. He apologized for taking so long to return it, and said that he'd forgotten he'd thrown it under his bed. Snipe eyes the girl curiously. You're certain it was of my intern's? The girl is starting to look a little concerned. I mean, he said he was one of your interns. Someone called Piper? The hero's eyes snap back towards the bag in his hand. Alright. Thank you, Haya. I'll see you in class. Make sure Hardo isn't late again. Yes, sir. I'll see you then. She gives the hero a mock salute before heading back out the door. Aizawa turns towards Snipe with a raised brow. I thought you didn't have any interns right now. Snipe cautiously sets the bag on his desk. I don't. Wow. I thought you didn't have any interns right now. I'm gonna redo that line for myself there. Alright. I thought you didn't have any interns right now. Snipe cautiously sets the bag on his desk. I don't. Sansa, the detective sighs. Can you please explain why I'm getting called about Piper having trended on Twitter 2 days ago? The man has his forehead pressed against his desk, dark circles hidden from view. The feline officer... Fuck. Okay. The feline officer laughs at the question as he... Oh, fuck. The feline officer laughs at the question as he turns towards the detective. It's nothing too bad, to be honest. He just ran into Endeavor. Namasa's head snaps up, and Tamakawa lets out a surprised laugh at the look on the man's face. He's fine, Sakauchi. Endeavor didn't recognize him. Piper's just going viral for flirting with the man's son. Namasa splutters, startled at the revelation, but there's an undeniable hint of relief on his face. Sansa huffs a laugh. He is a teenager, after all. On his desk, the detective's phone buzzes. The man lets out another sigh before answering. Matsudafu, Quark Crime Division. Oh, fuck. This is gonna be a nightmare. Matsudafu, Quark Crimes Division. Detective Sakauchi speaking. Okay. Matsudafu Police, Quark Crimes Division. Detective Sakauchi speaking. Piper made Fuck. It's very hard to change into that voice. Piper made contact with one of UA's students. Nalmasa immediately recognizes the voice as Eraserhead's, the man straightening in his seat. Is he there? He was. He sent a package to Snipe. Nope. Is he there? One more time. He was. He sent a package to Snipe and then... Oh, fucking hell. One more time. He was. He sent a package to Snipe and manipulated one of the students into getting it to him. Sakauchi drags a notebook towards him, jotting everything down. Did you think it was a work of a quirk? No. Do you? Do you think it was the work of a quirk? Aizawa strides down the hall towards Nezu's office. Okay. It's always a possibility. Nope. It's always a possibility for something like this. Maybe a slight form mind manipulation or suggestion. I know you were looking into non-offensive quirks, and one of those would certainly fall under it. It's always a possibility. I fucking hate doing Aizawa's voice, because it makes no sense to me. Okay. It's always a possibility for something like this. Maybe a slight form... What the fuck does slight form mean? I'm just gonna skip the form, because I don't understand what that means. Impromptu spell check. It's always a possibility for something like this. Maybe slight oh, fucking hell. Maybe slight mind manipulation or suggestion. I know you were looking into non-offensive quirks, and one of those would certainly fall under it. Did I just get a notification? To non-offensive quirks, and one of those would certainly fall under it. I'm gonna fucking do it again. Seriously. It's always a possibility for something like this. Maybe a slight mind manipulation or suggestion. I know you were looking into non-offensive quirks, and one of those would certainly fall under it. Right. No. Right. Sakauchi agrees. I'll head over. Try not to touch anything he might have been able... I'll head over. Try not to touch anything he might have... He might have. Try not to touch anything he might have. We may be able to find prints. Nalmasa glances up, sharing a look with Sansa as the two of them push themselves up from their desks. He presses the phone between his ear and his shoulder. Hopefully, forensics will be able to lift something. Yay! Another one done. I guess we'll do one of these next. Not sure which one though. Oh, we were bound to get together, bound to get together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. Said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. Nah, it's alright. I'll pass you up on it, Pillow. I gotta finish this off anyway. I do have a job, technically. Plus, Egg always talks about it with me anyway. And she loves Romeo and Juliet as well. Well, not as much as I do, but she likes it. So I'm just checking something. Okay, cool. Teen and up there. I would put it as teen and up, probably. Alright, let's make some progress on this and then we're done for today. I'll change the banner first. We were bound to get together, bound to get together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said, you're holding back. She said, shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. There we go. Easy. I know some things about streaming now. Okay, let's do this. Wolfstar, easy. Oh, we were bound to get together. By Nikki R.A. Read by Mika. I should do a... actually no, I should do a content warning first, shouldn't I? Hey, it's Mika. This podfic is recommended for those over the age of 13. Please respect that. Anyways. Oh, we were bound to get together. By Nikki R.A. Read by Mika. I really want to read the author's note. Because it's so funny. You could just tell they were sleep deprived and didn't give a fuck. And it's so good. It's meant to be a chat box and I'm going to fix it over the holidays. But Streamlabs hates me, so it doesn't work right now. It's a work in progress. I'm going to work on it probably this week, actually. That's on my list. So hopefully by next week it will work. Hopefully. I do want to fix it. I've just been busy. I'm gonna fix it this week. Oh my god. Y'all are so mean. You know I've got like other things to do, right? I run a studio account and I used to run a really popular TikTok. And I literally have a job and I work at uni. And I go to the gym pretty often. Well, not right now because I'm hella sick, but I'm going soon again. I'm a top-rated Just Dance player. I do a lot of things, guys. And I have, like, pretty active social life. And I read. I do things. Anyway, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It's on my list. I'm doing it this week. What do you mean? I'm really good. I can do most of the dances from Just Dance 2020. And, like, unlimited from, like, memory. I've played it a lot. Anyway, I've got to do this. I've got to read. This is my job as well. I've got to do this. I want to really finish this today because I really like this fic. The first boy Sirius ever had a crush on was a boy named Jonathan, who we met in the park one day. Him and Jonathan Him and Jonathan played together for a few hours, while his mother was out. When she came looking for him and found him playing with a muggle, she'd grabbed him by the ear and dragged him all the way back to number 12. Sirius was 8 years old, and thought about Jonathan for 3 years, until he met Remus Lupin. Sirius loved Remus Lupin from the first moment he saw him. A little boy sitting in the last compartment of the train, with his head buried in a book. Sirius also loved James the first moment he met him, and he loved Peter from the first moment he met him too. Sirius was one of those. Devoid of love for so long, he can't help but give it to anyone who looks at him for longer than 5 seconds. But Remus Lupin has always been different. No, I'm redoing that line. Has always been... But Remus Lupin has always been different. For the record, it took Sirius a little over 4 years to understand how he felt about Remus. It took James Potter about 15 minutes. This, however, he knows only in retrospect. Vision of the past is always 20/20 and all that. He is 13 when he notices for the first time. 13 is a good year for them. 13 is the age when James first starts falling in love with Lily Evans. I'll redo that line. When James first starts falling in love with Lily Evans. Nope, never mind, I'm keeping it. 13 is the age when they first walk in. 13 is... fucking hell. 13. 13 is the age when they first walk. Come on, you fuck. 13 is the age when they first work in... Just a moment of silence for my lack of pronunciation skills. 13 is the age when they first walk in on 13 is the age when they first walk in on Peter jerking off, because he forgot to lock the door. 13 is the year when girls apparently decide that bookishly handsome is better than plain handsome, much to Remus's chagrin. At 13, he's beginning to understand how he feels about boys, too. And maybe that's not normal, but it doesn't really faze him much. It's just one more thing to use against him when his mother burns him off the family tapestry, which she will eventually. So, he isn't really bothered by his lack of preference, and nor is James when Sirius tells him. Whichever way your flag blows, Sirius, he tells him. Just as long as you don't start fancying me. You may be my best friend, but my heart belongs to Evans. Sirius laughs, and assures his best friend that he won't be falling for him anytime soon. Even if James Potter's opinion is one of the few that Sirius actually cares about, he really isn't his type. As to what his type actually is, Sirius isn't sure. It isn't Remus, and it isn't Peter. As for... Wait, it is... It isn't James, and it isn't Peter. As for Remus... Well, okay. Sirius can understand all the fuss girls make about the bookish type. Okay, so he likes guys like Remus. But that doesn't mean he likes Remus in that way. Silly Remus Lupin, who studies too much and chews on his lips and thought they would stop being his friend if he told them about his condition. He goes on thinking this way for a while, but then he notices it. They're on the top of the astronomy tower, drinking this awful muggle stuff called tequila, which tastes like someone repeatedly punching you in the face, but does the job surprisingly well. Peter is already passed out, and James is singing a song about Lily Evans. I reckon he knows that green and pretty don't rhyme. It's amazing how... It's amazing how out of tune you can be while singing a song that doesn't even have a tune. Remus throws back a shot, shudders, and then hands the bottle to Sirius. Here. The song will get better, I swear. And that's when it happens. Sirius looks at the boy in front of him, moonlight beating down on his face, eyes slightly glazed over, and he realizes just how fucking beautiful Remus Lupin is. Oh, bugger. That's not good. That's one of his best friends. It's probably just the alcohol, he reasons with himself. In the morning, he thinks, as he and Remus somehow manage to hoist James and Peter up beneath the cloak. In the morning, Remus Lupin will go back to being just Remus Lupin. In the morning. In the morning, though, when Sirius wakes up with a headache like if a giant had stepped on his head, they need to learn that hangover potion. He opens his curtains to see Remus Lupin, pulling on a pair of trousers, looking about as bad as Sirius feels. And James won't get up. He says he's dead, and Peter won't move, so he may actually be dead. And this, Sirius reasons, is the end. Because if he can still find Remus Lupin beautiful, even when he looks like the underlayer of snow... If he can still find... Because if he can still find Remus Lupin beautiful, even when he looks like the underlayer of Snivelius's greasy hair, then Sirius is really in trouble. He doesn't really admit it to himself until near the end of 4th year. Sirius Black doesn't know much about love. His parents aren't exactly the two best role models after all, so most of his life he had just assumed that love was a sort of indifference with a tiniest hint of respect. Then he had met James Potter, and he'd realized that he had been grossly inaccurate. Because he loved James Potter. He didn't love him in the way James supposedly loved Liv. He didn't love him. He didn't love him in the way James supposedly loved Lily Evans. Even though often James would collapse against Sirius and ask him how it felt to ask him how it felt to love such a handsome shark as me. Sirius isn't sure what a handsome shark is exactly, but he does love James Potter. That's a different type of love, though. He still doesn't understand the other type, and he doesn't really feel it until a night in April when they're all poring over books at 2 in the morning. 2 Gallons says Sirius is something that can lick itself. Sirius flips him off. I have enough people to do that for me. You're so vulgar. Hey, Pete. If you turn into a cat, you could finally shag McGonagall like you've always wanted. Peter gags. Disgusting. What do you think it'll be? Nope. What do you think I'll be? A pig, probably, Sirius says to James, eyes not leaving the book spread out in front of him. You're enough of a pig for all of us. He rests his chin on his head, staring wistfully off in the distance, hand. You're enough of a pig for all of us. How Australian is my other lines in this gonna get? He rests his chin on his hand, staring off wistfully in the distance. What do you think Lily's favorite animal is? Probably a snake, like that smelly best friend of hers. Shut up, Black. You know the rule. No Snape talk after 9 p.m. unless it's directly related to pranking. You're just bitter because she would literally rather spend time with the scum of the earth than your ugly mug. Remus surveys them wearily, watching as James tackles Sirius. Ever since he had figured out what they were doing last year, he had often vocalized his disapproval. You guys should go to bed. It's late. We should be studying for exams. You guys should go to bed. It's late. Or you should be studying for your exams, not learning how to do something highly dangerous and illegal. James scoffs. Oh, shut it, Remus. Exams aren't for 2 months, which means we have 1 month and 30 days until we have to start studying. And anyways. Nope, I hate that. And anyways, Sirius chimes in as nonchalantly as possible. You're worth it. Remus smiles at him. And there it is. He knows, although he's not sure. No. He knows, although. Fuck. How he does, he isn't. Oh, fuck. How he does, he isn't sure. But either that feeling in his throat and stomach is love, or he's going to be sick. Is there a difference, though? He asks James the next day. How do you know when you're in love? James flexes and winks at Sirius. Do I make you feel dizzy? Does your heart beat frantically when I look at you? Do you feel the urge to jump me and give me an arse pounding? Sirius smacks him. Arrogant git. I don't fancy you. You know, that hurts a bit. Why don't you fancy me? Sirius rolls his eyes. I don't know. I just don't. Nothing against love. I still love you. James ponders this, and then asks, Are you in love? Of course not. I just want to make sure I can avoid it. Why would you want to avoid it? Sirius leans back and grabs a hair. Fuck. Sirius leans back. Okay. And grabs a hair. Sirius leans back and grabs a handful of Bertie Bott's beans. You've seen my family. They hate me, so no matter who I bring home, they'll find some flaw with them. I could bring fucking Bellatrix home as my girlfriend and they would find something wrong with her. Because their hatred for me outweighs their love for her crazy ass. But you don't give a shit about your family. Yeah, but I mean, look at Andromeda. She's been shunned completely. We don't even think about her. There's just a big Andromeda-sized hole in all of our memories. And I know we're a bunch of pure-blood elitist cunts, but fuck. And I know we're a bunch of pure-blooded elitist cunts, but is anything really worth that? James, almost glowing in a moment of philosophic wisdom that Sirius will never see again, says, But it is. I mean, if you find the right person, it's worth everything. Don't you think Andromeda is happy as fucking cake right now? Where do you come up with these expressions? I mean, I would do anything for Lily Evans, and she doesn't even like me. Anything except stop picking on Snape. James clamps him on the shoulder and stares at him solemnly. Sirius, there are some things that go beyond even love. In 5th year, he did everything he could to avoid it. That year came to be known as the year Sirius Black slept with anything but a pulse. Which is ridiculous, because Sirius never actually sleeps with anyone. He barely even kisses anyone. He has no idea how he's managed to gain the reputation of school slut without ever actually doing anything. Sirius has kissed 3 people in his life, and none of those times particularly stood out as anything other than vaguely pleasant. But he flirted. That was probably what did it. Sirius flirted with almost anyone. Almost. And rumors spread. Rumors that he never admitted to, because none of them were true, but that he never exactly denied either. So, word ended up getting around that Sirius was making his way around the castle, and only his closest friends knew that there was absolutely no truth in that. There was a pattern, though, in the people he flirted with, and the people he slept with. Because Sirius Black was dating the exact opposite of Remus Lupin. But he would rather shag Filch than admit that. Frank Longbottom is glaring daggers at you, Pads. Wait. Hold on. Wrong person. Frank Longbottom is glaring daggers at you, Pads. You didn't sleep with him, did you? Sirius rolls his eyes. Jesus Christ, Pete. I haven't slept with anyone. One day you will remember that. But no. According to the grapevine, I had a little tryst with Alice, who he apparently fancies. James shakes his head. You were such a slut, Sirius Black. Hypothetically. I think you're going to set a hypothetical record, Peter exclaims. Sirius looks at the boy and sticks his tongue between his teeth. You're next, Wormtail. He winks. Peter squeaks. Hey! James ejects. No fair! What if I want to turn? Prongsy, we've been over this. You're not my type. Before Remus... Before James can reply to this, Remus looks up from his book and speaks for the first time. Why not? He's thick enough for your standards. What's that supposed to mean? Both James and Sirius ask. I'm just saying. You seem to have a habit of attracting people who haven't learned to tie their shoes yet. That's because no one intelligent would ever sleep with Sirius. Hey! Hypothetically. Okay, wait. I want to redo that. That's because no one intelligent would ever sleep with Sirius. Hey! Hypothetically. Sirius slaps Peter across the head. That's not fair! They weren't all dumb. Hypothetically? Exactly. And I definitely know how to tie my shoes. No, wait, I'm gonna redo that line. And I definitely know how to tie my shoes. Remus shrugs and turns his eyes back to his book. Just an observation. He is right, you know, James says later, as they're sitting in the common room. You know you can't pick up a conversation and not tell me what the fuck you're talking about. I can't read your mind. We should work on that. We really should. Sirius tries to grab the snitch out of the air, but misses. But what are you actually talking about? The people you supposedly fool around with. They're not very bright. Sirius's voice is overly casual. I hadn't noticed. Bullshit, Pads. You know that hypothetically... Fuck. Bullshit, Pads. You know that hypothetically fucking around with a bunch of thick people isn't gonna make you magically not fancy him. Fancy who? Mooney. What? James rolls his eyes heavily as he snatches the snitch. Let's not play this game. You've had a huge gay boner for Remus since we got on the train first year. Is there any other kind... Fuck, I need to do this line without laughing. Is there any other type of boner you can have for a guy? Don't change the subject. I will when the subject is fucking ridiculous. You don't have to... I'm your best friend, Pads. So was Remus. Besides, wasn't he buggering around with... What's-her-face? McDonald's? At the last party we threw? Not that he was paying it... Fuck. Not that he was paying attention. Charlotte, that was well played. Absolutely. Get fucking wrecked. Is that why you hate Mary McDonald so much? I don't hate Mary McDonald. Yes, you do. She came up to ask you a question about transfiguration and you glared at her so fiercely, I thought she was going to burst into flames. I don't... Whatever. Remus isn't involved. I think they kissed once, but he hasn't mentioned her since. James faces him then, and Sirius finds he can't quite meet his eyes. You don't have to hide how you feel from me. I don't give a shit. I don't care if you fancy Remus or Peter or whoever. Sirius grins at him. What if I fancied Evans? Don't go there, Black. Discovering a game, Sirius is suddenly very excited. Would you rather me sleep with Evans or Snape? James shakes his head. I'm not answering that. No, you have to pick one. Evans or Snape. Which one would you rather me sleep with? James lets out a large sigh. Then he whispers, Lily. Sirius laughs, a great big, booming laugh that attracts the attention of other students in the common room. Really? I love you too much to ever make you shag Snape. Sirius sits back in the chair, lifts his legs, and lays them across James's lap. You're the best friend a guy could ask for, Jamesy. One day in 5th year, Sirius follows Remus to the hospital wing. This was only the second time they had transformed with Remus, and they were still getting the kinks out. Pomfrey was there to meet him in the morning, as usual, to help him to the hospital wing, and the 3 other boys waited until they were out of sight to change back and hurry back up to the castle. But when James and Peter made their way to the common room, Sirius set off after Remus. What are you doing? Sirius made a mental note to remind James to bring the cloak next time. It was nerve-wracking, walking around the castle like this, adrenaline still pumping through their veins. I'm just gonna stay for a bit, Sirius whispers back. Noticing the looks... Fuck. Noticing the look James is giving him, he snaps at him. Wipe that fucking... Wipe that smug fucking smirk off your face, Potter. I swear to God I'll do it for you. James blows a kiss. No. Swear to God I'll do it for you. Yo. I'm gonna be so fucking stiff after this. James blows him a kiss, while Sirius flips him off. Sirius sneaks quietly into the hospital wing, and over to the bed Remus always stays in, isolated in the corner, with curtains around it. lest someone noticed that Remus Lupin was frequently in the hospital wing and connected the dots. Pomfrey appears to have disappeared. Moony, he whispers. Remus opens his eyes and smiles when he sees him. Remus's heart flips over. There's so much left. So much left. Alright. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go take a break really quick. I just gotta stretch because my entire body is sore now. The downsides of chronic pain, truly.
I'm back. So I just had to adjust my I'm not panicked by anything you guys do. I couldn't give a single shit. Boo. Were you guys good?
Remus's heart flips over.
Tora, I will ban you for dad jokes, I swear to God.
Remus's heart flips over.
Bleh. I've been busy. And I'm back. I went on a great journey while I was gone. My what? No, it didn't. It's right there. Tora thinks he's threatening me with his position. All he knows is I have the ultimate power. I will exact justice on those who make bad jokes.
Remus's heart flips over.
Alright, let's keep reading.
What are you doing? His voice is quiet. And he still does look a little worse for wear, but he looks so much better than he ever has. Even better than last month's transformation. It's amazing to see the distance, so tangible in front of him, easing Remus's pain each month. Remus never used to be able to grin after the full moon. Sirius feels incredibly proud of himself. Thought I'd keep you company. You still look a little stiff. Remus shrugs. I'm much better though. Fuck. I'm much better though than I ever was. I can't thank you enough, Pads. Sirius sits down at the edge of the bed. Don't mention it. Why is Pillow going insane? Okay, Charlotte, dad jokes are not funny. That's the whole point. The whole point of the dad joke is that it's not funny and you laugh at the person making the joke because they're unfunny. That doesn't make them funny. That makes the concept of a dad joke funny, but that doesn't make the joke itself funny. That's my argument. That's why I'm dying on this hill. Power, that's cute. What about your type of man? Tora, my type of man is me. I am my type of man. I'm the only option, really. Does it get better than me, really? At that moment, Madame Pomfrey opens up the curtains with a murderous look on her face. Sirius Black! Hello, Madame Pomfrey. Fancy seeing you here. Remus snorts. It is too early. What do you mean you have video? No, you have no evidence of anything. It is too early, Mr. Black, and you should not be here. Oh, come on, Madame Pomfrey, can't I stay? Remus would be much better for it. I really switched to Old English there. Come on. Oh, come on, Madame Pomfrey, can't I stay? Remus would much prefer it, I'm sure. And I can help you out, you know. You can rest, and I mean, all you really do is apply lotion and shit. Sorry, stuff, right? Not that you don't do anything else. You're a very accomplished nurse, and personally, I think if it weren't for you, my quill would still be stuck in my... Well, you know, you were there. But I think it'd be good for Remus and his mental health if I were allowed to stay. Pomfrey is giving him the look that most adults tend to give him. A mixture of, did you really just do that? And a hint of admiration that, yes, he really did just do that. She turns her glare to Remus. My mental health is definitely ailing, Madame Pomfrey. It would be much better. Pomfrey looks between the two of them. Fine, Mr. Lupin, if you insist, but know that I am very strongly against it. If anything happens, I never knew you were here. Do you understand, Mr. Black? Sirius nods. Pomfrey casts one final glare at the two of them, and then says, for good measure, I don't approve, before hurrying away. Nope. I don't approve. Before hurrying away. You two must get along well, Moony. You don't approve of anything either. Remus laughs quietly. We have a sordid love affair, constantly pining after each other, each month bringing us closer together. On my last full moon at On my last full moon at Hogwarts, I imagine we will embrace and have passionate yet tender love on my hospital bed. Sirius forces a laugh, but the idea of Remus and Pomfrey, even in jest, makes him sick. The idea of Remus and anyone, really. He's being disgustingly jealous and possessive, really, and it's quite pathetic. Sirius sits up, back against the wall. The hospital wing beds are not very large, and he's very aware of how close they are. So, do you need anything? Depends on what you're asking. Remus smirks. Sirius clears his throat, uncomfortably. He doesn't know what it is about the full moons, but Remus always seems to have fewer inhibitions than he normally does. Drunk Remus and post-full moon Remus are quite similar, in many ways. Those are the only times Remus ever makes these kinds of comments. These innuendos that Sirius thinks about for days afterwards. No, I'm fine. Pomfrey picked... No, I'm fine. Pomfrey fixed me up. No. Pomfrey fixed me up. I bet. Nope. I bet. Remus makes an amused... Remus makes an amused noise in his throat and closes his eyes. He turns his head, his nose pushing into Sirius's thigh. Sirius's breathing hitches. What are you doing? I'm tired. He digs his nose deeper into Sirius's leg. Sirius can almost picture what James's face would be right now. You're taking up half my bed. Would you prefer that I move? Didn't say that, did I? Remus mutters. Remus had never exactly been a cuddler. That was Sirius's job. Normally the first one to ignore That was Sirius's job. Normally the first one to ignore people's personal space. Remus normally just looks on in amusement. Remus normally just looks on in amusement. Occasional annoyance if he was reading. Now that Sirius is the one being acted upon, he doesn't know what to do with himself. As Remus's breathing evens out, Sirius says... Okay. As Sirius's breathing evens out... What the fuck am I talking about? As Remus's breathing evens out, Sirius stays frozen. Too afraid to move in case he wakes up Remus. He stays like that for so long that he eventually falls asleep too. And he stays that way until James and Peter come to visit later that morning. Sirius awakens when James curls up on his lap. "The fuck are you doing, Potter?" "Sorry, I thought we were all sleeping together." Sirius shoves him off. Sirius shoves him off of him as Remus wakes up, lifting his head. "How come Pete and I are never invited to these cute little cuddle fests?" Sirius blushes a brilliant shade of red and glares at James. James looks at him and is able to immediately... James looks at him and is able to immediately gauge Sirius's mood. James has an uncanny ability to be able to recognize the line when jokes are unwanted, and he changes the topic. "So, anyway, Mooney Pie, how are you feeling today?" "Well, I've been better, but I most definitely have been very, very worse." "Good enough to break free... Good enough to break free of the hospital wing today? Don't want to waste a Saturday." "I think so, but the real question is, will Pomfrey let me?" "Only one way to find out." Shooting Sirius a look, he slings an arm around Peter's shoulders and drags him off to find the nurse. Sirius glares at the back of his head. Remus rubs at his eyes. "Have you been here the whole time?" Sirius yawns. "Apparently. Transforming really wears me out. I've kind of been comfortable." Remus sits up, his shoulder resting against Sirius's. Sirius is about to tell him it was fine, when he continues. "Next time you can lie down, you know." That's not exactly what Sirius had been expecting. He looks at Remus, who is staring right back at him. Unsure of how to respond to that, Sirius just nods. Remus smiles at him, and Sirius is just about to say something. What, he isn't sure, but something. When James and Peter come sauntering back. "Good news, Mooney. You can go home." That seems like an unnecessarily long train ride for no good reason. I don't like how I did that. "Good news, Mooney. You can go home." "Good news, Mooney. You can go home." That seems like an unnecessarily long train ride for no good reason. Sirius laughs. Remus leans into him. Something which, judging by the I don't know how to fucking say that word. Something which... Infinitesimal? Infinitesimal. I'm gonna look it up. No idea.
Infinitesimal.
Infinitesimal. There we go. Something which, judging by the infinitesimal amount... fucking hell, what does that even mean?
Just say, bleh.
Something which, judging by the infinitesimal amount James's eyebrows raise, does not get past him. Onwards, friend! James shouts. Pomfrey sticks her head in the curtains. Potter! Sorry, I'll use my inside voice from now on. Sirius smirks as he climbs out of the bed. You know, she always calls me Mr. Black. Well, after the intimate moment you shared when that quill was... Remus coughs heavily, grabbing onto Sirius's arm to help him get up. Peter grimaces. I thought we agreed to pretend that never happened. No, that's wrong. I thought we agreed to pretend that never happened. Sirius smirks at him. You're still just bitter because I ruined your favorite quill. Peter covers his ears with his hands and shudders. I'm not listening to you anymore, Padfoot, he says, before humming loudly. Sirius laughs and chases after him. When they're gone, James turns to Remus with his eyebrows raised. Shut up, Remus tells him. Nope. Shut up. Nope. Shut up, Remus tells him. I didn't ask him to say. I didn't ask him to stay. You were curled into his... You were curled into his thigh. Shut up, Potter. Nope. Shut up. Shut up, Potter. Nope, I'm doing it again. Shut up, Potter. Nope, I hate that. One more. Shut up, Potter. Early in 6th year, during a particularly brutal Quidditch game versus Slytherin, Sirius stretches out extra far on his broom to save James from a bludger that had been flying right at him. James, bless his soul, hadn't even noticed. The good news was Sirius was able to reach, and sent it flying at the Slytherin keeper. The bad news was that he fell off his broom doing so. Somebody managed to slow him before he hit the ground, so instead of a horrific death, all he got was a horrific concoction. No. Somebody managed to slow him before he hit the ground, so instead of a horrific death, all he got was a horrific concussion. He doesn't know this until later, however, after he wakes up in the hospital wing to see a nervous Remus hovering over him. Thank God. Mr. Lupin, I told you it was not... Mr. Lupin, I told you it was nothing severe. There was nothing to be concerned about. I'm willing to bet Mr. Black has hit his head numerous times. What does that mean? Pomfrey smiles warmly at him. Sit up, Mr. Black, and drink this. It's gonna taste foul, isn't it? You won't know until you try it, she says. Sirius scowls and takes the cup from her. This will ease the pain. Sirius grunts as he drinks. I will assume the grunt means thank you, Pomfrey says. But she's still smiling. Pomfrey has always loved him. What happened? He asks Remus, as Pomfrey leaves to attend to someone else. Remus looks very pale. You fell off your broom, you idiot. Remus's voice is harsher than it needs to be. Sirius looks at him in surprise. Jesus, Mooney. A little more compassion for the concussed would be nice. Remus sighs. Sorry. You scared the goddamn shit out of me, Padfoot. Don't ever do that again. Well, shit. I guess I'll have to cancel next week's appointment of me falling off my broomstick. Remus glares at him. Jeez, tough crowd. The glare does not lessen. Sirius slumps. Remus, it's not like I tried to fall off my broom. I was heroically saving my best friend. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just like you with your stupid fucking sports. Oh, get over yourself, Lupin. You tried once in first year to ride a broom and you failed. And now you're all fucking pretentious because you think sports are bus. Fuck. It's just like you with your stupid fucking sports. Oh, get over yourself, Lupin. You tried once in first year to ride a broom and you failed, and now you're all fucking pretentious because you think sports are some barbaric fucking activity. And the only thing you think that is because you've always secretly wanted to be a goddamn fucking keeper, and don't try and pretend you don't because you told me you did in second fucking year, and I'm the only one you told, and I told you I'd help you but you refused. I said I was enough of a freak as it is. I didn't need to be a flying werewolf on top of everything. Sirius, breathing hard, looks at Remus. Remus smiles the tiniest bit at him, and Sirius bursts out laughing. A flying werewolf would be impressive, though. Remus looks down. I saw you fall, and you were going so fast, and McGonagall acted so quickly, but you still hit your head, and I know if Dumbledore had... I know if Dumbledore had been there, you wouldn't have hit your head. I'm gonna have to ask him formally to be present for every Gryffindor Quidditch game. Sirius smiles. And then, all of the Slytherins were cheering as they carried you off the pitch. Fucking pricks. Nope. Fucking pricks. And you were unconscious, and Pomfrey kept yelling at me to stop hovering over you. Moony. His voice is very, very quiet. Remus isn't looking at him. Remus. Remus finally looks up at him. I'm okay. Remus swallows, and Sirius's eyes flick to his throat. You might not have been. Sirius tentatively reaches out and touches Remus's arm. Moony. Remus takes a shaky breath. Moony, Sirius doesn't know what he was planning on saying, so he closes his mouth. Remus's eyes are startlingly green, and he thinks that Remus leans ever so much closer to him. But then James and Peter burst in. Padfoot! Pads! We won, buddy, we won! Somehow, I don't really know what happened after you swoop in to heroically save me, the ruggedly handsome love of your life. Sirius rolls his eyes. Peter Pettigrew, man of the hour, well, tied for the man of the hour, decided that now was the time for his Quidditch debut, and while the boy might not be the best at flying, boy can he swing a bat! Peter rolls his eyes. Only two bludgers have Peter rolls his eyes. Only two bludgers even have... Only 2 bludgers even came near me, and I accidentally hit one of them at prongs. Still! My man! My man of the hour! I thought I was the fucking poof, Sirius mutters. Remus laughs quietly. Remus, give Sirius 50 points for a selfless sacrifice in the name of the greater good in my stunningly chiseled face. Maybe one day, you will remember that prefects good in my stunningly chiseled face. I would not date Jack Skellington. Although, Charlotte, that was a funny suggestion. Maybe one day you'll remember that prefects cannot assign points. Fuck. Who's the head boy right now? Potter, I know that's not you swearing in my infirmary. Potter hit Sirius in the arm. Sirius, how could you swear in such a place as this? Shame on you. Potter, I know that's not you hitting my patient. Peter, how could you? Pomfrey raises her eyes to the heavens. Probably praying, Sirius thinks. All 3 of you, out. No. All 3 of you. Oh, good night, Sherlock. All 3 of you, out. Mr. Black will join you in a few hours. Yes, even you, Mr. Lupin, she adds, in response to Remus's pleading look. Remus sighs, stares again at Sirius, then stands up and follows James and Peter out of the hospital wing. I really think I'm fine, Madame Pomfrey. Most likely, but I don't like taking chances, Mr. Black. A few more hours will not kill you. I will release you before dinner. With no other choice and nothing to do, Sirius just lies down and goes to sleep. When he wakes up, it's dark. Definitely after dinner. He calls out for Madame Pomfrey. I didn't want to wake you. I've missed dinner. How horrible for a student who has never before snuck into the kitchens, she says, with enough sarcasm in her voice to choke someone. I am offended, Madame Pomfrey. I'm the definition of a good student. Pomfrey purses her lips. Sirius likes Pomfrey. She's the perfect candidate for a school nurse. I'm gonna redo that. Sirius. Ah, my eyes are itchy. Why are my eyes itchy? I don't get it. Ugh. I've still got quite a bit to do. Shit. Alright, well, nothing to do but keep going. Sirius likes Pomfrey. She's the perfect candidate for a school nurse. She's knowledgeable enough to treat the stupid shit Hogwarts students get up to, even when they cannot or will not tell her what really happened. But she never tells. She doesn't seem to really care much, really. What you do after you leave my infirmary is beyond my control, Mr. Black. You are free to go. Straight to your dormitory, mind you. He salutes her and walks out. He probably should eat, he thinks, but he's truly not hungry. He doesn't much want to go to the dormitory. He's not in the mood for noise and the people and whatever it is James is doing now. Knowing him, he probably has a few bottles of fire... Knowing him, he probably has a few bottles of fire whiskey to celebrate Sirius's daring deed. What he really wants, if he's being honest, is to talk to Remus. Sirius doesn't know what the hell is happening. All he knows is that when he woke up in the hospital wing, and the first thing he saw was Remus fretting over him, he was filled with a warm, happy feeling he's not sure he's ever felt before. He doesn't know where Remus would be, though. If he's in the dormitory or the common room. If he's in the dormitory or the common room, Sirius won't get to talk to him alone. Maybe the library. Setting off for the library, Sirius tries to figure out what, exactly, he plans on saying to Remus when he sees him. He has literally no idea. He racks his brain all the way to the library, making his way to the back table. Sometimes my pronunciation's just slightly off. Making his way to the... He racks his brain... Okay, hold on. Quick stretch. Okay. He has literally no idea. I'm gonna read that line as well. He has literally no idea. He racks his brain all the way to the library, making his way to the back table that Remus always sits at. When he gets there, he finds James and Peter, but no Remus. He tries to hide the disappointment from his face. "He's the man of the hour," James whisper shouts when he sees him. Sirius rolls his eyes. That game meant literally nothing, you know. You didn't even need to put Peter in. You could have played with one less beater. It was Pete's time to shine. You're a weird Captain Prongs. He makes a big show of flopping into the chair, and then looking around the table as if he was only just noticing it. Where's Mooney? James gives him a look that says, very clearly, "You're not fooling anyone." Bed. Nope. I'm gonna redo that. Oh, ow, my eye. You're not fooling anyone. Bed. He was tired. I guess fretting over you for no goddamn reason wore him out. At least someone else cares about me. At least someone cares about me. Nope. At least someone cares about me. I was winning the game in your honor. Why are you here then? Professor McGonagall told me if I fail one more essay, she's gonna force me to... McGonagall told me if I fail one more essay, she's gonna be forced to do something drastic, Peter says, rather sullenly. Sirius grabs the parchment from in front of him and reads it over. You know how to do everything, Wormtail. It's a real shame you were never taught how to read or write. Peter snatches the parchment back. Fuck off, Padfoot. Don't worry, Pete. We'll help. McGonagall knows you can do all the magic. Peter sighs and stares at the parchment in utter disdain. I'm gonna get going up too. I'm still pretty worn out. Yeah. You know what? Fuck this essay. Sorry, I think I just hit my headphones on the back of my bed, and I don't think it's gonna make a nice sound on the recording, so I'm gonna have to redo that. Jeez. It's literally nearly... It's like midday for me, and I'm still tired for some reason. Yeah, you know what? Fuck this essay. I'm not getting anything else done tonight. Peter stuffs the parchment in his bag and gets up. Sirius, heart stinking. Sirius, heart sinking, stands up to join him. There goes that chance. James catches his eye and mouths, "Sorry."
Sirius, blushing, pretends he doesn't see. Remus is sleeping when they get to the dorms. Sirius casts a look at the closed curtains and climbs into bed, remembering the relief that had spread across Remus's face when he woke up. He doesn't get a chance to be alone with Remus for a few days. Remus hasn't been complete. Ow. Hold on, give me a second, guys. Okay. Okay, one more scene done. He doesn't get a chance to be alone with Remus for a few days. Remus hasn't been completely comfortable with him since that day in the hospital wing. And even though Sirius tries hard to catch his eye, Remus tries not to look at him. Walking down to lunch one day, James and Peter are slightly ahead of them. He and Remus aren't speaking, and Remus has been looking at the ground the entire time. Seeing a tapestry that Remus knows hides a tunnel behind it. No. I knew I said something wrong, I just couldn't figure out what it was. Okay. Seeing a tapestry that Sirius knows hides a tunnel behind it, he grabs Remus's arm, and checking to make sure James and Peter aren't looking, drags him behind it. What are you— Shh! Sirius listens, waiting for James and Peter to notice they're gone. He hears them speaking shortly. Where did Pads and Mooney go? Don't know, he hears James say. Sirius knows for a fact that James knows about this passage. He likes to hide here in Hexed Snape. Fuck. Sirius knows for a fact that James knows about this passage. He likes to hide here and hex Snape during meals. Sirius feels a great surge of appreciation towards James that moment. Let's just go to lunch. I'm starving. Remus has been looking at him the entire time. They're standing very close together. Sirius can feel Remus's breath on his neck. What are you doing? Sirius finally looks at him. The only light in the passage is a tiny bit that's filtering through the tapestry. But it's enough that Sirius can see Remus's wide eyes, and the crinkle of his eyebrows that show he's confused. I want to know what's going on. Well, you appear to have dragged me behind a tapestry when we should have been eating lunch. Remus. Remus's eyes flicker to the ground. What's going on with what? This, us, I don't... What's happening? What are you talking about? Don't... You have to know, Remus. You have to feel this. There's something going on, and I know you feel something. Serious. Sirius. Sirius, his hand shaking, reaches up, wanting to touch him somehow. But he drops his hand, too afraid to even try. Never mind. This was... sorry. He turns to go, feeling more than foolish. This was idiotic, foolish, presumptuous, and he's probably royally fucked up their friendship forever. Now. He's ruined everything. James and Peter will have to choose between them. Have to figure out how to be friends with them both, because he will never be able to look Remus in the eye again. Remus grabs his arm. Sirius, wait. Don't go. Heart beating in his throat. Sirius turns back. He takes a breath. You're a Gryffindor, he thinks. I want to kiss you, he says, very quietly. If Remus leaves now and never talks to him again, there is nothing he can do. That he has to tell him. He can't hold this in anymore. Then kiss me, Remus says. Very, very quietly. So quietly, Remus would think he had imagined it, if he wasn't close enough to Remus to see the scars. Ugh. So quietly, Sirius would think he had imagined it, if he wasn't close enough to Remus to see the scars that had faded across his face. I don't know how. His voice breaks. A small smile spreads across Remus's face. Sirius Black doesn't know how to kiss. He steps closer. Remus is starting to grow taller than him. A fact he is not entirely happy about. But with the way Okay. Not entirely happy about. Hold on, my mom's on the phone. He is not entirely happy about. But with the way Remus slouches, they're basically even. Fuck off, he whispers. I don't know how to kiss you. Presumably the way you'd kiss anyone else. Do you enjoy being such a sarcastic prick? Remus grins. A real grin. Very much so. I can give you kissing lessons if you like. We can go to the library and take out a book. Sirius pushes against him, arms on either side of Remus. Their noses are almost touching. Do you have any tips, Mooney? If you don't kiss me very soon, I will morph into a giant, huge wolf and bite you. Sirius laughs. If I kiss you now, will you still bite me? Sorry, my mom's still on the phone and now she started yelling to someone on the phone. If I kiss you now, will you still bite me? Work stress for real. She's not mad at like anyone on purpose. She's working, so she's mad at someone for not doing their job. It's alright, it's not a big deal. My mom's very girl boss at work, so she gets to yell at people when they do their work wrong. Will you still bite me? My favorite thing ever is my mom once picked up a phone while me and my friend, it was probably Egg, or maybe it was Mum. It was one of the two. And we were sitting at my dining table eating food. And my mum walks into the room and she's on the phone with someone. And they were like having this giant conversation. This guy's on the other end of the phone. And he says like this, he's like saying something for like, maybe like 20 minutes straight. And she's just listening to it. And at the end she's just like,
This seems like a waste of my time. And then she just hangs. I love her. She's so funny. Oh, it was such a girl boss moment. It was me and oh, I can't even remember who it was anymore, but it was just us two. We were sitting at this table, just giving each other like the side eye. We were like, oh my god, it was. I want to be like that. Oh, it was insane, man. It was probably the most amazing moment of my mom's professional career, and if it wasn't, I need to know about the rest of her professional career, because my god, was that amazing. It was, oh jeez. No words, literally no words. It was so iconic. Will you still bite me? You're a fucking pervert, Sirius Black. He kisses him then, pushing him against the wall. Oh, she's still. You know what? Hold on, give me like 2 seconds, y'all. I'm just gonna ask my mom if she can maybe do this inside her office so I don't have to listen to it.
Okay, I'm back. Give me a second.
No. Wait. Okay. There we go. She's so loud. She's like yelling on the phone right underneath the stairs. You could hear everything. I was like, I don't want to put that on the internet. Pushing him against the wall.
Okay. Let's keep going. We're nearly done anyway, aren't we?
Remus's hand entangles in his hair. He tastes like chocolate, which doesn't surprise Sirius in the least. Sirius's hands travel up, cupping Remus's neck. They're messy and sloppy and far too fast. There's no reveling in each other, no gentle exploration of the other body. Others. There's no gentle exploration of the other's body. Just a hasty, obsessive need to make up for all the time they've spent not doing this. Sirius pushes his hips against Remus, and he lets out a small moan that reverberates through Sirius's entire body. Mooney. Shut up, Sirius. Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. When he pulls back, Remus looks very, very annoyed. For what? I don't know, it feels like I should be apologizing for something. It kind of just feels right. Remus glares. Sirius runs his thumb over Remus's lower lip. It's 13 plus, so they're not gonna do anything crazy, but that's probably as explicit as it will get. His thumb over Remus's lower lip. From memory. I did check before we... Yeah. It's not gonna get any worse than that. Remus's lower lip. Shut up, Dora. James and Peter are probably worrying... James and Peter are probably wondering where we are, Remus says. I truly do not care, Sirius says.
kissing him again. Lunch is almost over. We have class soon. Again, he says, kissing in between words. I do not care. Remus laughs, throwing his head back against the wall. Sirius presses his lips to Remus's jaw. I was just checking. Am I destroying your reputation as a prefect, Mooney? You destroyed that ages ago, Pads. He's trying to figure out if he will fucking hell. There's too many words. I want to go to bed, y'all. It's been 54 minutes. Fuck. It'll be fine. There's just a little bit left. He's trying to figure out if he will ever be able. He's trying to figure out if he will ever be able to stop kissing Remus, or if they will be trapped here behind this tapestry forever, snogging against the wall because neither of them wants to stop. He wouldn't mind, he thinks. He could die against this wall with Remus attached to his lips, and he would die happy. But he doesn't get the chance. Oi, you two! I'm not opening this tapestry because, truthfully, the sight of you two sucking face is something I will not ever need to see. But we have potions, and I will not cover for you because you fight. Fuck. But we have potions, and I will not cover for you because you decided to suck it up and snog. You're a prefect, Remus Lupin. Shame on you. Go away, James. Nope. I hate how I did that. What the fuck was that? Go away, James, Remus says. Sirius smiles. Me and James will leave if you want to snog in the room, later. But Slughorn will throw a shit if you skip again, Padfoot. Wormtail! I will not leave the dormitory so they can use it for pervy purposes. Fuck that! Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to get them to come out. I'm pretty sure this is them coming out. Sirius smirks. We should probably go, Remus mutters. Sirius is still leaning against him, pushing him against the wall, and Remus is holding onto the front of Sirius's shirt. You've always sucked at potions, Mooney. Which is probably why I should go. You are such a Fuck. You were such a spoilsport. Remus kisses him, deeply. I promise we can continue this later. What if you blow up another cauldron and burn your lips off? And I expect you to be properly distraught and care more about my poor injured self than your lack of kissing. Clearly you haven't kissed yourself before. Well, you know, I tried, but the mirror just didn't respond the way I wanted it to. This is disgusting! I hope the two of you choke on your spit and die tragically on the ground behind this tapestry, because I will not miss either of you. Do you want me to kiss you too, Prongsy? You know, I've always been Hold on. You know, I've always been bitter that you didn't get all hot and bothered over me. I'm hot and bothered now if you'd like to join. Remus gently pushes him away. Come on, he whispers. I should redo that then, shouldn't I? Come on. Come on, he whispers. We can continue this later. Can we make out in James's bed? He asks. Just loud enough for James to hear. James lets out a strangled sound, and Remus laughs and sorry, it was just funny. James lets out a strangled sound. And Remus laughs into Sirius's mouth. A wonderful, beautiful sound that
Oh, jeez, I can't stop. Ah, okay.
James lets out a strangled sound, and Remus laughs into Sirius's mouth. A wonderful, beautiful sound that Sirius wants to hear every day for the rest of his life. Okay. No! Sirius grins through the entire potion lesson. Sorry, God. Oh, jeez. Okay. Sirius grins through the entire potions lesson. Yay! I did it! I did it. Oh. That's the last line. Officially, I did 3 fanfics in one day. I think I've done more than that, but, you know. That's pretty good. Yay, me! I'm so hungry though, so I'm gonna leave us early today. I know I said I'd record 4 chapters of Piper, but this was the length of 2 chapters of Piper. So technically I just did a different fic. So, slay. In my opinion, at least. Wonderful. I've got a list of 3 different things to release in the next couple of weeks. Oh, okay. Thank you guys for joining me. This was so much fun. I love streaming. It was kind of fun doing it 2 days in a row. I don't think I'll do a third though, because I'm very tired now. But that's okay. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you guys next week, Monday or Tuesday or Sunday, depending on where you live in the world. But I'll see you one day before this day next week, to play Minecraft. But other than that, I hope you have a good week, or 2 weeks if you don't see me next week. I hope you eat, I hope you sleep, I hope you drink, or you find a really good fan fiction. And if you can't find one, text me. I can make that happen for you. I'm amazing. But yeah. Bye-bye!